Happy Monday. Oh wait, this is unusual. I didn't fix everything after last week. Hang on, let me put you guys back where you belong. And why am I blue? We're supposed to be pink today.
Oh.
On Wednesdays we wear pink, on Mondays we crit pink. Why am I blue? What's that about? Hang on. Let's put you guys back where you belong. I don't know why you guys are on the top and bottom. You should be over here, theoretically. Yep, there we go. Step 1. Good. Step 2. Where am I located? Why am I blue? I'm not feeling blue. I'm feeling actually fantastic today. So that's very confusing. There we go. Yay, okay. Now it matches my glorious sunny disposition on this lovely spring day. Hi, happy Monday. It is actually really nice outdoors right now, and I am kind of envious of the fact that I've had to sit inside and work all day. I am so relieved that we've entered the time of year where I can finish stream and it's still light out. And not just is it still light out, it's still gonna be light out for like an hour or so, at least, maybe? It's crazy. Oh, we've been raided. Hello. Welcome in, Shoemates, hello. I just got here. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, also art educator. Today we are critiquing pink VTuber designs. We haven't gotten started yet. I just got here. But welcome. Let me see. Mia de Luna, how was your stream? What were you guys up to? Here, I'll grab a little shout out for you here.
Oh. Oink.
Whoop. There we go. I was musing on the fact of today being a lovely, pretty spring day. It's so nice out. I'm envious of people who get to spend time outside for like their lunch breaks and stuff like that. I work from home. Theoretically, I could have if I hadn't scheduled myself straight through the day today. What can you do? Playing The Sims 4 and vibing? Hell yeah! I've never actually played The Sims ever before in my life, despite the fact that I feel like I'd probably like it. But I hope you had fun with it. It seems like a good like stream kind of game where there's just enough happening that you can talk the whole time if you're a yapper. But there's also just enough going on that you can just provide commentary on some level too. It seems like the right, like, you know, in between of game, right? For optimal enjoyment. Zoomy for set? Thank you for following. If I goof up how to say your name, you are welcome to let me know. I have teacher debuff. When are you critiquing alien VTubers? I have not had enough alien VTubers to do a specific dedicated stream for alien VTubers yet. They will probably be showing up in either my like monster themed days or my non-themed days. Maybe some way, someday, somehow. Also, Picto Shaman, you're today. I don't know if you knew that. I don't know if that's related to why you're here. You're on the thumbnail. I believe, at least. You're here. Wait, what? Yeah, hello. I just put your name and your tag on your thing just now, and I was like, oh, wait, I know who that is. I see you. Picto Shaman suggested I raid you? Oh, thank you. I'm honored. What fantastic timing, too. That's so funny. A little synchronicity moment there, if you will. No tears, no tears, no tears. Not yet, no tears. We can't cry, it's Monday. We can't cry this early in the week. We gotta hold together. It's been a weird weekend also, let me just say. It has been a strange weekend in VTubing. In good news, I have cool things going on. In less than cool news, it seems like everything else is kind of insanity right now. So I am relieved to not be engaged in any amount of insanity. I like things being nice and calm and chill and cool, and that is it. What do you mean it's Monday, ready for the weekend? I feel like this weekend didn't happen in like some strange way. All I did all weekend was do chores. Low-key for some reason, ooey-gah is kind of like an enlarger beam, and I'm not sure why. Oh, Picto Shaman, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate. Your videos helped me so much during my rebrand. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad my videos could help you. I'm always so happy getting to hear that. I don't like video editing, and I've been stuck in video editing for a while, but every time I hear that, it's like the one little bit that like pushes me and is like, EG, you should keep editing your videos. But yay, I'm glad I could help. But let me do my housekeeping here for you today. So what is going on this week? What is going on? What's the haps in the shroom state? So in the shroom state this week, well, I guess technically not this week, but on Friday, Yam Albat and I announced our Clown Miku Design Challenge. It's not official by any means, it's unofficial. It should show up in my like rotating pinned note overlay thing, but I'm guessing the current thing it's doing where there's just nothing for it is where it should be. But if you are interested, if you would like to design a Miku who is a clown, if you are somebody who is favorable to either of those topics of Miku or clowns, exclamation point Miku or Clown Miku Challenge or exclamation point extra credit. We'll bring up the details for that if you'd like to participate. I'm really excited. I'm really excited. I have been snooping in the Discord server, seeing people who are posting their works in progresses for it. I'm so excited. You guys are coming up with such neat things for your designs already. And I've seen like 2 or 3 posts on Twitter already where I was like, what? How are you all so fast? How do you guys draw so fast? That's not a thing I can do. I am an artist, but I am a slow artist. I am such a slow artist. So mine, the state that you saw her in on Friday when I was working on my own entry for it, hasn't actually changed very much since then because I haven't had a time to just draw for fun since, unfortunately. But yeah, Kliku, favorable to Miku and clowns. Yes, Clownku. So that, as of last Friday, is going on. And do not worry, it is going to be, usually our extra credits only have a month to do them. This time it's 2 months because Yam and I wanted to make sure that with finals coming up for a lot of you, or a lot of us, question mark. Okay, my hair. Make sure that with finals coming up for a lot of us, we do still have the ability and time to enter if you guys would like. That way you can have all of June if need be. I don't know when everyone's finals are, but hopefully that gives you a little more wiggle room with like the chaos that ensues this time of year. Yeah. Been drawing my Miku for the last 3 days. Yay! Yay! I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Showmates, I'm so excited. I love Miku, and I love that people are excited about this topic, and I'm so happy to be working on this with Yam. It's so nice. It's so fun. I'm so excited. It's for such a good cause. Miku. But yeah, so that's the primary thing that's going on. That's like the big, yippee, important thing that we're doing. Then also this week, you know, today, pink design critiques. Nice. Somehow we haven't critiqued pink designs in 8 months. I think my, what was it, like 4th or 5th stream, which would be like, what, a month into me being a streamer, was for pink designs. And I didn't even keep it just to pink at that point in time. We brought in like red and stuff too for some reason. I guess what is red if not just dark pink on some level, but we're back. Back to pink. It's been a hot minute. So I'm glad we're returning because some of these models that were submitted have been sitting in that pink folder since then, and I feel terrible. I didn't realize that there were ones still in that folder from back then. So we're getting to them today. We're getting to them. So we've got some stuff that's in like the 200s range that I had accidentally missed. So some earlier submissions for sure today. Wednesday, an unusual day. An unusual day for me to be doing things. But on Wednesday, I will be joining Wilhelm van der Bos on his stream for some drawing. You should come stop by. I'm gonna go meet the Plumies and I'm gonna go grill Vil about art technique and thoughts about art and influences and things like that. I say grill, more so just gently ask questions. And we also have a little like themed thing that we're drawing together. That is the plan. So I will be over there. I will be hanging out with some little hoot fellas. It'll be nice. On Wednesday we wear pink and paint. Yes. And I will have the most relaxed Squiiji stream on planet Earth probably because guess what? Guess what? Your torture can't reach me there. Your torture can't get me. You see this whole thing going on right now? You call me a clown, taking my hair away from me? All this? You can't get me. I'm gonna be over on Vil stream. I'm safe. I'm safe. You can't get me. Sending torture vibes? No. No. Don't send torture vibes. Don't send torture vibes. I think I deserve a chill drawing time. Right? Maybe? Question mark? Why are you throwing ladders at me now as a result? I said, oh, I'm safe. And then you decide to make it clear why I'm attempting to escape. Look at me. I'm locked behind the bars. Let me out. Oh, Dell, thank you for following. Okay, no torture. Thank you. Potato heart. Can still send psychic damage. Okay, that's fine. You can send psychic damage. If you enter Vill's chat and decide to send psychic damage without violating any of the chat rules, that's fine. I can't stop you, I guess. Please be nice. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't break down and biodegrade the funny little owls that are over there. Be nice, okay? Okay, play nice. But I'm looking forward to it. We've got a lot of similar interests, it appears. So there should be a lot of good things to talk about. Can't contain me, I chant wherever I am. Be good. Be good. We're going on a field trip. Like, we're like going to a field trip to somebody else's house. You gotta be nice, okay? Don't embarrass me, showmates. Don't embarrass me. So that's Wednesday. Thursday, we're going to actually, for real this time, truly, completely, without a shadow of a doubt, nothing will stand in my way, and I will focus up and get through it, and it will be done, the Cookie Run Kingdom design tier list. I will finish this time, I promise, I swear, cross my heart and hope to die, stick a needle in my eye. We're finishing it this time. I did not want it to be like how it went with Reverse 1999, where we had to do 3 streams. I didn't want to have to repeat that again. Not that I really mind, honestly, that much, but the only reason I mind, let me tell you, the only reason I mind, I have to shift everything back a week in my calendar. And I hate editing events in Google Calendar. I had to shift back everything by a week. And that's enough of a deterrent for me to be like, come on, EG, let's get through it in 2 weeks. Okay, EG. And also because I had my thumbnail for it done for the next thing we'll be doing next Thursday now. And now I have to make a thumbnail for this Thursday in between. So I'm looking forward to it. We'll be going through a lot of more recent ones. Apparently there were some designs released between me starting the tier list and now. It's crazy. We ended up spending, what, 3 weeks on Cookie Run Kingdom? That's crazy. Process of time. April, I guess, was entirely dedicated to it almost. But, so that's that day. Friday. Good luck is all I will wish you. I've been slightly working on something odd. I actually don't know how to describe this without telling you what it is, but if you think back in time, I once had a focus maxing stream. Does anyone recall the focus maxing stream? It wasn't even that crazy. It wasn't even that crazy. Do you guys remember that? There were a couple of you who I know for sure were there for it. I think Selma was there. I think Hoshi was there. Something of that sort, right? Jingle, jingle, jingle. No, well, I mean, I will be doing a lot of jingle, 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 essentially. A number of you were there. The last time I did it, which was the first time I did a focus maxing stream. Yeah, I was there. Yeah, Ryuko, I thought you were there too. The first time I did it, I believe I was drawing while Jubby was playing games in the background. I believe that was how it went. Yes, witness Jubby's in the dark room waging wars. Yeah, you watched Jubby playing War Thunder, I think, was what it was. And also playing Insane Aquarium, Nuclear Throne, maybe? Jubby played a bunch of games for us. It's not gonna be quite the same as that. Yeah, it was really early. I believe that was like in my 2nd week of streaming, potentially. Maybe. That might have been in my 2nd week of streaming. The OGs, remember that one. That was the first introduction to Jubby, I think, also. More Thunder character design tier list? How? How? Here's my best plane. She is best girl. My favorite plane. Sure. Gyradix? Roses of Pluto. Thank you too for following. I appreciate it. Yeah, the before times. It was Squiiji 1.0 model times, which is how early it was. So strange. But this Friday, it will just be me. No Joby, sadly. Joby and I are planning a stream together at some point in May, though. What? No Joby. But don't worry. There will be no deficit of visual information assaulting your eyeballs on the visual end of the stream. More so, this is me having recorded a bunch of things that went to no use that I'm going to put to a use and then use past EG as a source of interest so that way current EG can just yap. That's the game plan. You'll see. It'll all make sense, but it will be kind of silly and you don't want to miss it, I promise. It'll be quite interesting. Yay. But anyways, I think that is all of my housekeeping. I think that's all I had. Why don't I take roll so that I can move us into our daily festivities of pink, Pink. Yippee. Let's take roll. Who's here? Showmates, did you make it? Are you here today? I gave you 20 minutes to roll in. I'm looking. I'm surveying the classroom. I see you. The crime I forgot to follow months ago from Twitter. That's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. I do that constantly, all of the time, where I will have to face the inherent terror of realizing I either followed some of the wrong account or didn't follow them in multiple places, and then I have to face the terror of something, which is subjecting myself to being witnessed. Ow! 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 Ouch! Hey, don't do that. Ouchie! Be nice. Let's take roll. Let's see who is here. Ren, C, Meow, Captain Belluna, Rex Tau T, Cotton Candy Floss, Mad Bun, Star Heron, Nilo, Edward, Miss Direwolf, M. Sprashu, Lamia Arcane, Dell, Bugs, Bleak, Biscuit Boy, The Witch Watch, Choo Choo. I like names that have all those letters. Choo. Picto Shaman, Dungeon Slime Ryuku, Little Chai Latte, who also hit me the desk. Andromeda, Deflora, Bun Cow. Or Defiora, sorry. I always read that as an L. I don't know why I do that. YouTube fellows is here. I see also Moss Cake, Nori, Aaron Kelly, Game Loser, Pumpkin Toss, Silly. Hi. Happy Monday. Lurkers, don't worry. I got you. I checked you down. I see you. Thank you for being here. VOD watchers, don't worry. I got you marked off as well. Thank you also for being here. Means a lot to me. Hi, Intercell Eyes. Hi, everyone. So, let's go. Let's teleportation powers activate. What? My overlay's a little too wide. This happens to me like once a week. Hang on, fix that. Nope, fix that. There. Oh, I gotta turn rulers off. That's why this is a problem. Why do I have rulers turned on?
Oh.
There we go. I don't need them. I don't use them for anything, realistically. There we go. And they take up so much space they don't need to. Yay! Hi, Rand Daniel. I heard your noises also. I heard a little shroomate get chucked at me. Anyways, here is our design rubric for Vtuber design. And this week we are joined by the lovely horse girlification of our rubric chan. Of our rubric. If this rubric was a horse girl, Inner Critic has decided that this is what she would look like. She'll be overseeing our crits this week, and I'm sure she'll be doing a fantastic job. Isn't she so cute? I love her uwu book. I honestly am so happy we did the Zero Chan design challenge thing, because I feel like I get to take like a little trip down memory lane each week when we get to pull one up here. They're so cute. I love looking at them. Were you drawing something that needed rulers? Yeah, like 2 months ago. And I just never turned the rulers back off. Yes. Get in the time machine, VOD watcher. Yeah, get in the time machine. Come back here. Join me. Love her, right? I also love her. Something about the purple, all these bright colors, also works. Oh, wait, I meant Rubric Chan. Did I say Zero Chan? No. Not far from. Not a Zero Chan. Not at all, not even slightly. I did mean Rubric Chan. Misspeak. Ugh. Not even minor spelling mistake. Minor talking error. Thank you for catching that. Anyways, here are the categories that we'll be grading today's designs based on. We have 5 categories. They are as follows: color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept, and motif. So thank you for the delicious gloop. It was in my hair. 2, get full points for color palette. The palette needs to be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. You will get no points if the palette has major instances of low contrast, if I'm slapping you with color layers left and right, those sorts of things. For silhouette, to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. If I were to draw a ladder on you, drawing an intersection or a rung in the ladder, everywhere there's a major moment of visual interest horizontally on the character, and the ladder that I build, having done so, is something I could easily climb without effort, no points. It should be a ladder I can't climb. If the silhouette is not distinct or blob-like, that'll also be no points. 4, complexity versus clarity, the model should be well balanced, the details should support support the concept without being overwhelming, and I should be able to turn you into a marketable plush without having to remove everything that is the essence of you. You should still be recognizably you as a plushie. No points if the model is distractingly complex or generic to the point of, well, or under-detailed to the point of genericness. 4 focal points. The focal points should be well executed. The focal points of a VTuber model should be your eyeballs, should be your face. We should be having upper half focus in our designs because that is what is important for our viewers in order to make and establish that, you know, human connection with us, right? Right? Not along with me yet. No points in focal point if those focal points, the face, are fully lost or obstructed due to low contrast, over detailing, or other competing factors. For concept and motifs, full points will be awarded if the concept is clearly and creatively presented in the design and the motifs are supporting it. No points if the concept is just completely unclear or non-existent. If you do not wish to have a concept, if your concept is just you but blue, that's fine, that is still a concept on one hand. But at the same time, if you are declaring that it is just you but blue, but it's for some reason green, that's no points. You didn't succeed in that category. And then, bonus points! I can give 1 bonus point for each of the following. Super compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept. Unique, exciting art style. Or I can put you on the fridge if I really like your design. Oh, this reminds me, I'm supposed to take a picture of my own real-life fridge, and I'm also supposed to update our fridge PNG that has all the people from the thumbnails on it. I haven't updated that in so long. I should update that soon. Oh. Update, I made it out of the evil desert maze with evil gloop. What were you doing in evil desert maze? I certainly didn't put you there. I'm sorry to hear that you got trapped there though. Nice timing. Oh, Animal, did you appear directly into advertisement? I am so sorry. How would you make a character with talon-like claws in their hands a plushie? Alright, well, real quick. You can still have a plushie that has, like, fingers that are, like this, and comes to, like, a sharp point, but they're still really round. See what I mean? I think that's how you'd probably end up doing it for a plushie. You just make everything bigger and rounder usually is the solution. But let me get this one focused up. Let me take a sippy of beverage. And we'll get started. Look at this. Shermates, are you proud of me? It's only 2:30 and we're starting already. Last Monday, Squiiji locked out. Squiiji was locked out of the house, couldn't get inside, keys were missing, nothing was working. This week, Squiiji is locked in. I am inside the house, you guys have the keys and you're not letting me out. Difference. Oh shoot, VTuber design critiques? Need to pay closer attention to Discord to submit mine? You can submit yours at any time if you would like. If you do exclamation point critique, you can submit it anytime. These designs, I will say, are all things that were submitted months ago, however. We've got quite the queue going these days. Need some polys, I'll bring them back later. That's okay, as long as you treat them kindly. You can borrow my polys if you really need them. I'm open-minded to sharing. Yes, bunny girl. So, this is Aria, she, her, Aria Aurora VT. I'm a bunny girl who dreams of becoming an idol, so my design is very much inspired by idols and their outfits. When originally designing the model, I didn't want something too complex, but now I think it's a tad plain. I was wondering if you had any suggestions on what I could add or change, but still keeping the idol theme. So here's the thing, I was partially getting the idol idea without reading your blurb here, covers with my hand. Without reading your blurb, I was wondering if there was an idol aspect occurring, but overwhelmingly, my thought was that there was not a secondary motif. My thought was that you were pink and bunny and that was the full extent. So to me, that means we may need to jazz up the idol aspect a little bit more, potentially. And you are on the right track. This sort of like A-line skirt that is tiered in an asymmetrical manner is very, very, very big in idol outfit design, but I am just gonna real quick find some. I'm gonna guess that you mean specifically Japanese idols, perhaps? Because for me, I think what this is missing is A, some exaggeration, and B, I feel like the skirt needs more going on with it in order to feel truly, fully idol-like. So for me, you know, a lot of idol skirts will have this sort of off-center tier thing happening in the skirt. I feel like you could use even a second tier. underneath and maybe make it this blue color that's your accent. Hang on, wait. Why don't I have any pen pressure? What? Huh? Tablet, what are you doing? Hello? Hang on, give me 1 second. My computer's gonna get mad for 1 second. Also, why are the rulers back? Hang on, I gotta unplug my tablet and plug it back in. No subtitles? Yeah, hang on, we'll fix it. Oh, everything might get a little confused with me doing that. Let's see. Does this work properly? My tablet's been giving me trouble all day, so let's see if it works for me now. If it doesn't, we're just gonna have to try and do our best. Hello? Pen pressure now? There we go, pen pressure now. Got it. Solved. You're in the house, but your tablet is locked out. Apparently, my tablet has been having trouble all day. Do you remember the day where I sent us to the void accidentally? Because my tablet, despite, you know, I'm drawing down here, it was clicking in other windows. That was happening again today. I don't know what's going on. I think it's rebelling against me. It's had enough of my rule over the shroom state. It wishes I was no more. But maybe more tiers, and even if you don't add more tiers that are maybe in this color, like you could add like a tier that's white or something. Because what I want from this design also is more asymmetry. I see that you have a back bow. However, you're got a lot going on in the back of your body if you have super long hair like this and a big bow. And let me tell you, if you are somebody who is an idol and is intending to do idol-like activities with your design, I'm gonna take a stab of a guess that you're probably having some amount of plans to go 3D someday, some way, somehow. And on the off chance that you do your 3D modeler a favor and move your bow to like your hip region maybe. If you had a bigger bow that is similar to this one, like, hang on, like here on one side of your body. Let me just make like a nice big bow. And then you could have it even have like, you know, like sort of like a cascading ribbon situation coming off of it. It's not gonna make a ton of sense the way I'm drawing it. This is something that'll make it feel more idol-like because I feel like this is the kind of ribbon that's often associated with idol-type outfits. And then also we're adding a little bit of asymmetry to your silhouette, and then we're gonna clear up this back of your body area for functionality's sake if you're going to be going the idol route. Good with that white bit? Yeah, little white thing mayhaps. Also, if I'm thinking about like idol-type outfits, I feel like, yeah, the collar makes sense and checks out for them. This specific sleeve style is so popular in idol design. I'm trying to think of what other things I would add for a idol. Let me look up Love Live outfits. Love Live is so fantastic as a reference if you're trying to design anything that is anime and idol design in general, period, because they are perfect examples of simplification for the sake of, you know, visual media. They're so cute and they're so exaggerated, but they're still so obviously idol in inspiration and execution. So they are if ever I am doing design critiques where I need to talk about idol design, I always am pulling something from Love Live in because they've got a million outfits, I swear, like infinite quantity of outfits, and everything they do ends up working out perfectly to feel like an idol. Yes. Love Live, oh, is it Love Live, Love Live? No one's ever corrected me. I've never actually watched the show. I just know their designs. Is it Love Live? That would make sense. They're live, they're idols. I guess that would make sense, huh? You learn something new every day. Live isn't we're live. Yeah, that would make sense. That would check out. That's true. I have not, let me tell you, I have not watched the show, and never once in my consultations has anyone actually corrected me on that, which is crazy because some of them have known. That's so funny. I'll try and rewrite that in my memories. Yeah, this is gonna be another Pie Crew situation, but I'm not gonna Pie Crew. I will call Pie Crew forever. This one I should probably say correctly. That does make a lot of sense. Whoopsie. Anyways, big bow. I want a big bow. Give me a big bow. I'm trying to think of what other classic idol outfit things I want to wear. We do have the tiered skirts. I'm wondering if the this is like an unusual statement for me. The skirt almost feels a little bit long to me for what I tend to associate with idol style skirts. And I wonder if what I would also like is if, I'm just gonna draw over this in like the line color maybe. If just the top skirt was treated as like, you know, more like flowing fabric like this, and then we can see it bunching into the center and feeling fluffier. I feel like the fluffiness of the fabric is an aspect I'm missing here, or something that's idol related. And then, you know, we can still have this little stuff going on under here. But I feel like it's just small stuff like that that would sell me more clearly on this being an idol type of design. Yeah, make the ruffles bigger. Yeah, so if we have these big shapes like that, that'll make it clearer. And then honestly, this could just be the same material as that under one is, where we don't need, oops, we don't need to have like the tiering element happening on it like that, but you know, you can still have lines. But then, you know, we get your little like woo, woo, woo on the edge. I'm having a big sound effect day for some reason right now. Please pardon me. There we go. Why is my eraser? Is this one the same layer as the blue thing is? Oh, it is. What have I done? Whoopsie. Wrong layer, Kronk. Starting the day off strong. I think flared collar would be a different color, different shade, since idols like to have certain shapes pop out. Yeah, that's true. The collar being the same color may also be why we're not getting the read as immediately. When I'm thinking of a lot of like the Love, Live, or like other idol designs, I feel like they end up having a white top with a colored collar. And I wonder if that might be the solution here as well. White top, colored collar, and then they'll still have something that's, you know, light colored underneath it. Because now the collar pops a lot more as well. Add carrots. We could. I feel like, yes, there may need to be another design motif happening here, and if we are sticking with just direct, straight, through and through carrots, or not carrots, rabbit for the design, then maybe carrots would be a good angle. I'm not sure if I would like them color-wise with this. And then also the way the ears are connected is a little bit weird to me. I feel like I want a little bit of just like the fluff that a rabbit ear would have in the connection point. I feel like they taper almost too much into the head. Is that what it is? Do I maybe need it to be like that and just be wider maybe? Something feels a little bit odd about the way the ears are attaching for me. So maybe they just need to be wider at the base. Purple carrots or a thing, could always do that. Oh, wait, see? That might be good. A nice like heirloom garden variety instead of the classic carrot that we go straight to. Let me just Google a purple carrot so I can see what color they are. Whoa! That is not the color I was thinking of. That is interesting. They're really dark. Huh. Could have purple carrot accessory mayhaps. It's like almost in like this range of purple. That is wild. It's nice little carrots. Like a color for that. Little purple carrots. Honestly, the purple is a nice little touch also. Collar's giving carrot shape as well. Yeah, we are kind of getting a carrot shape from this window here. I wonder if it'd be interesting to have like a trim. Like, do you see how there's this like folded trim here? Like this at the top of it to really lean into that collar being, this being a carrot that we're referencing here. And you could even have like, you know, some of the specific folds that are happening on this area. Let me grab like a darker color. Like if these are the folds, you know, you could make them kind of like off center and wobbly, so that way it's giving the carrot shape way super distinctly. They're actually purple from the outside, have bright yellow core. What in the world? That is crazy. Would it work if the purple could be used instead of white on the top? Maybe we could integrate the purple more into the design if we wanted to, where you know, what layer? Oh wow, I did do all of that on one layer, huh? Like maybe like this could be the purple, or the center area could be the purple. We could play around with the color locations, but I do think adding one more color. Color, hello? Oopsie, hang on. GG technical difficulty there. Adding another color to the palette might be somewhat nice for an idol design. I know that they tend to be very pared down in their color palette, and a lot of idols will have like their personal color association, but I don't think this is doing too much. And honestly, it's like, okay, well then we could add a little bit of purple down in the shoes too, because the shoes feel like they're missing a little bit of something. Just generally spice things up a little bit with something like that, right? So now we give another purple character. I was thinking about that, but I fear if I put the purple right there, you can try it. My fear is that if I do that, it's gonna make that the focal point. Here, let's try. Just to see what happens. Maybe like a more pastel purple wouldn't be as intense in that manner. I just don't want to make that too focal, because right now I feel like it is almost becoming too focal. Oh, some things in Discord? Neat. Let me see. Oh, Discord's in the wrong place now. Hang on. Come here, Discord. Come back to where you belong. Let me see. Oh, I see some suggestions of designs that Mad Bun and Shells sent. Oh, I see Bleak sent something too. Yeah, there's so much good outfit design from Love Live. So good. Points down too, making the eyes drift. Yeah, it is directing, it's creating a visual line going down, which is why I didn't want to make that part purple, sadly. Like, I feel like this being purple isn't too bad. Honestly, I could even like see like this part being purple then too. Which I feel like I've accidentally, if I do this, changed the color palette to be mostly purple and not pink, which might not be what this person wants. Which, if that's the case, we could just invert which parts are purple and which parts are pink. We could say, okay, right now those parts are purple. Oops, hang on. They're too intense right now. I'd have to fix that, but could invert it and say, okay, well then this becomes purple and that's purple and just the accents are purple. Yeah, maybe the inner skirt blue too. Maybe the inner skirt could be blue too. You mean this one? Oh my gosh. I've done a goof. I drew too many things on the same layer here. I was locked in, but I was too locked in. That could maybe be blue. I think more so what we're just getting at here is that we want another color in the palette. So I think that might be why the outfit was feeling like it was lacking something. Purple eyes and or purple streaks in the hair. I don't know if I want to go for streaks in the hair necessarily. Speaking of the hair, however, I do have, let me turn off all the things we were playing around with. I do have a bit of a clarity issue happening right now with the hair and the pinks that are being used for the clothing, where they're so similar in value and wow, they're, hang on. I gotta actually show you how close they are. Hello, can I draw? This color and this color. I actually can't see the difference between them. Yeah, they're the exact same value, actually, if they're not being separated by a line. And the shading is helping, but not enough. So what I think needs to happen is that the hair is going to need some sort of darker gradient, potentially. Whoops, clip it. There we go. Just so that way we can make it out against those pink areas, and it needs to come up behind here, too. Sometimes I would say that we could make it darker or make it lighter instead of darker. But the problem with doing that is that I don't want it to approach the color that the skin tone is, because then I fear that that would just create the issue once more with a different part of the body. So let's do this and then I'll blur it out. And we'll use a multiply layer just to make it less intense. Oh, also, wait, I forgot two things. I feel like I do this every Monday. We start and then I forget like our two kind of like silly things we kind of do simultaneously with Crit, which are the bingo and the prediction. Little gamba situation. Should we do a little gamba? You want a little gamba for Monday? Wait, hang on. Let me fix this, and then we'll do a little Gamba setup, mayhaps. Let me just blur this out. There we go. Okay. Multiply. That's too much. But something like that feels nice and saturated might be good. Alternatively, I might actually change the undertone of it a little bit too. Whoops. Hang on. And cool it down a bit. So that way, by it being a bit darker, it feels like it's further back in space. There we go. Yeah, bingo! Crit bingo. Thank you, Ren, for getting the bingo. I'll open my own and get started. Let's see. What do we have here? Do I have any of these things yet? Wrong layer Kronk. I've done that like 15 times already. I would say this design would plushify quite easily and still be recognizable. I did give her mismatched hair clips. J fashion for sure. No band-aids. I did just use a multiply layer. Yep, there we go. Okay, I've gotten started on that one. Hey, let's Gamba. Oh, nope, that's not the command. Whoopsie, hang on. Try this. Try that instead. There we go. And let's see, what are usual options? How many models do you think I'll get through today? I'm locked in today. Do with that knowledge what you will. Your options are 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 models that I will get through today. You've got 30 minutes to guess. Go. No Gamba for me, only paying 50% attention. That's okay. I mean, you don't have to pay attention to do Gamba, but either way, it works out. Also, just sketchboard. What you doing held over her face? Same value, slightly different hues. Yeah. Yeah. Blue White Raven, thank you for following. 5.67 models and 30 minutes distracted yap. No, false. I'm gonna be focused, and we're not gonna get distracted yapping. We're not gonna get distracted yapping. We're gonna pay attention. Still guessing 7. You can guess 7. YouTube, I'll give you. You can do the poll for it, which your options are 5, 6, 7, 8. Woo, spelling error. Wow, I feel like I can spell my own name. There we go. Got it, nailed it. I found you on YouTube, fun to catch a stream. Well, hello, welcome on over from YouTube. Hi and greetings from, From what now? I'm unfamiliar with what that means. Anyways, off to do a job, bye. Bye, Aaron, thank you for stopping by. Gonna reach out and put 3K into 8 designs. Whoa, big spender, Mad Buns. Big spender, huh? Alright, Mad Buns really thinks I'm focused, huh? Hi, Selma! I did not get pink hair on my cards, guess I'm unlucky. I didn't either! It's not on my card either! Which is so unfortunate. Today is the day for it, if anything else. So unfortunate. What can you do, though? But anyways, so, my thoughts here. Look at some Love Live characters for inspiration for how to push this in the idol direction while making it a little bit more detailed, mayhaps. What I did not check yet, that I should, is Silhouette. That's because I already kind of had an answer for something for Silhouette. Ooh. The Silhouette is 100% symmetrical, which I feel like for idols is not typical. At least in my experience at looking at idol designs, I feel like a lot of them are super asymmetrical in an interesting manner. So I fear that that's a missed opportunity here. Add some asymmetry. Please, you know you want to. Somebody make a pronunciation counter. No! Don't count how many times I say it wrong. It'll take me a while to practice saying it right before I'll get it right. You can't expect me to do it right today. I haven't learned. Love live. Live. I love being live. I do love being live, that's true. Love live. If I say it 7 million times, I'll get it right, maybe, eventually. But I want more asymmetry here. This is too symmetrical, I feel like, for an idol design. Too symmetrical. Then also, let's do a ladder. Let's draw a little ladder situation here. Where's my line tool? There we go. Blue. Weep. Wah. So what I'm gonna do is draw a horizontal line everywhere there's a major division in the design. If only my thing was cooperating with me. Hello, tablet, what you doing? Okay, that's a diagonal, nice. We like to see that. The gloves give a little bit of something. The waist, the chest, the bow, the chin, the eyes, top of the head, top of the ears. Start your ladders! Shermates, what do you think? What do you think, Shermates? See, Mad Buns has just tossed us one. I don't think I can catch that one, sadly, however. Oof! There we go. I'd climb. Ouch. That one just like bonked right off me. It didn't even really stick. What are you doing? Come on. Ladder aim. Work on our aim today. Monday. Monday. Aim practice. Yeah. Where do the bingos come from? Exclamation point. Crit bingo. You like. One diagonal skirt layer is doing some heavy lifting. Yes, it is. That one diagonal skirt layer is doing a lot of heavy lifting. And here's the thing. As much as this looks like it may be a dangerous ladder, if I only draw the divisions at major changes in like the clothing's blocking, which would be here, 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 like there, like maybe here for the neck and the chin, top of the head. Something about the proportioning here where this area is the same size as this area, which is very similar in size to the size of the head. And then like this is almost the same as this. I feel like we need more variety, which is sort of what we were getting at by making some of the modifications we had with adding the bow and doing those sorts of things. Yeah. So I think we need more variety in silhouette. I will say, the one thing that this model for sure is excelling at that I have no trouble with at all, it's the eyes. It's the eyes. You're doing the thing that I tend to change people into doing, which is you made your eyes a contrasting color, and your eyes are the most saturated blue that is in the whole design. So good work. I look you in the eyeball immediately with no trouble. Eyes are very focal, which is very nice. So 10 out of 10 on that aspect. Let me get a grade going though, because I think we've talked about just about everything we had, which is that color palette. You have some aspects that are too low contrast, your hair against your clothing. It's not terrible, but I think it needs modification. And we're sort of coming to a conclusion with adding the purple carrots or things like that, that maybe you want another color in your palette. Perhaps it's purple, perhaps it's something else. We want another color. Everything being all pink, while I know that that might be sort of a classic idol situation for how they do their color coordination, I kind of want more. And you're free as a Vtuber to have that more if you so wish. For silhouette, you're almost completely symmetrical. Your silhouette isn't super distinct in and of itself, and your ladder's okay. So that's once again gonna be kind of a middle of the road situation there, unfortunately. Sorry, what does visual weight and silhouette mean? Oh, did somebody say that? I didn't really mention it here. Visual weight and silhouette is that if we were to sort of draw a big shape over the entirety of something, we want to see that it feels like it has some weight somewhere. So like the big shape for this one, this is kind of a diamond. You know, if we're going to all the extremities. But the trouble is that these ears are just about as wide as the skirt is. So that makes the visual width of the design here all a square, and then it's just a smaller square down here. It's a popsicle. Oh, it's on the bingo. Yeah. So usually what we want to see in a silhouette is that, you know, maybe the hair isn't as wide at the top and the ears point more straight up, so then we get a shape like this, like a triangle, and then we've got weight sitting down here, right? So that's something that's 100% inherently required of everything, but it is something that tends to make designs feel stronger, so this one is kind of missing that, unfortunately. As far as complexity and clarity goes, I don't really have any issues. We were kind of finding we want a little more detail maybe, so I would take a half point off for that perhaps. We want a little more detail. And I think you were sort of sensing that too, in that you wanted to keep it kind of simplified, not too complex, but it feeling a tad plain. I think you're feeling that, and the reason why you're feeling that is from some of these other categories as well. For focal points, full points, hell yeah. I look you in your eyeballs, no trouble, no issue whatsoever, eyeballs. And then concept and motifs, I can see the rabbit aspect for sure. I can tell you like pink. I can see the idol aspect, but I think you can exaggerate it a lot more to greater effect. I think you can make it much clearer for your viewer, because sort of J fashion inspired clothing is so common in VTuber designs that people might not realize you're an idol inherently. Also, wait, Manzana, it's crit bingo. I should just get rid of regular bingo. We don't even use that one. I should just get rid of it so we don't get confused. Gosh, I've got 9 on the bingo just from one design. Lucky, I only got 3. I only got 3 on the bingo so far. But for concept, it's visible, but I think it needs more. It's kind of J fashion. I mean, idols are all dressing in J fashion, so I would say yes. Yes. How non-human does a design need to be for a bingo? There's one that's non-human today, and I'll tell you when we get to it. I actually forgot what normal bingo was about. Normal bingo was for Genshin Impact originally. Normal bingo was for when we did our first Genshin Impact design crit. Because I wanted something distracting you all from what I was saying about it. To some degree, maybe. Gotta keep you all busy so you don't get upset with me about what I had to say about it. But turns out you were mostly nice about it. You weren't upset, so I didn't need defense. Concept and motifs. I want more. Give me more, please. I want more from the idol aspect. Look at Love Live. Look at Love Live, mayhaps, for inspiration on how to do simplified idol-inspired fashion. But I also thought you were really cute. I thought your design was very cute. It was a standout one for me. So I do have extra points for you for that, at least 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10? That's not a legible color. Try that again. Yay! Can we get a round of applause for Aria? Your name being Aria as somebody who is a singer checks out. Makes sense as an idol. Musical terminology for names. It's a good move. good SEO move, perhaps, for VTubers who want to be idols. Yippee! Yeah, round of applause. I don't know why I'm not just clapping. I could just clap. I always go like this and like pretend I'm clapping for some reason. Why am I doing that? I could just like actually clap. I'm such a goofball. Anyways, yippee! Just made me think of Arya from Pretty Rhythm anime. I don't know that one. Is there a character named Arya in something else that's music related already? I mean, that would be wise, because an aria is, you know, a musical thing, so it does make sense. Hi, Ax Machina. I see you. I see you're here. On to the next one. On to the next one. Look at that. Look at that. It's only 3 p.m. and we're on the second one already. Crazy. Crazy, right? Isn't there a character who sings named Arya in the My Little Pony movies? There might be. I don't know. I've never actually watched My Little Pony. That was one of those things that kind of missed me. My sister liked the toys, but I know nothing about My Little Pony somehow. I know there's one named Pinkie Pie, and I know there's one named Rainbow Dash, and I know there's one named Twilight Sparkle. And that is actually exactly everything I know about it. I don't actually know any more than that. It's an idol ice skating magical girl anime. All three at once. Wow. That takes a lot of skill to not just be an idol, but an ice skater and also a magical girl. That's a full schedule for a day. That sounds rough. I hope they're taking care of themselves in that. Design for this is insane. Here's my thought here. So when I opened this, I was like, whoa. I think what's making us look at this and go, whoa, immediately, right out the gate, is it might be art style. The fact that this is a reference we're looking at and it's not symmetrical, I think ups the interest factor here for sure. But there's something very clean about it. We're getting a lot of character out of the posing. And it might be the art style as well for me, where this does feel like a professional character reference, at least for the headshot portion, where it's very clean and minimalistic in the rendering. You know, there's more rendering in areas we need to see depth on. But it's just very clean. It's interesting for sure. The art style is fantastic. So this is Calvaria. Calvaria? We're doing another Aria thing. I don't know. Is Calvaria something outside of that? We got Aria again for another person who is music inclined. This is a rockstar VTuber. My concept theme heavily revolves around music, skulls, and roses. The skulls and roses are like my Oshi marks. They can also be seen on my model's design. In terms of questions, I've always wondered if my current design was lacking in some sort of way. I feel like I can improve upon what I have working with now, but I don't know in what direction to go in. I'm stuck and unsure. I don't mind making any changes to my design if it means becoming a more memorable figure. Looks like something could be very 3D and cool. Yeah, this honestly, as a 3D modeler, would be like a dream model to work on. The hair is all tied up and tied back and not long and crazy. The shorts are also close to the body. It's kind of, it would be symmetrical enough as far as meshes go, like the shoes are the same and things like that. Nothing crazy for rigging. This would be fantastic for 3D modeling, honestly, if you wanted to go down that route. Carl Ulyanov? Thank you for following. Calvaria is the roof of the skull? Yo, that's neat for a name. That's like almost like a, what do you call it? Not a double entendre, but you're kind of getting 2 for 1. We're getting aria, as in the musical term, at the end of the word, and Calvaria being a part of the skull relating to the rock star element and the visual motifs. Nice, nice. I commend you for the thought process of that name. I like clever names like that. That's cool. Be also cool for a bro just use Blender 2D rig. Yes, also baby. Have I referenced them on my model? Oh, your friend. Oh, Skylar's, this is your friend that we're critiquing right now. Interesting. Well, hello. Arya Blaze is a pink purple siren, one of the main antagonists in Equestria Girls. Oh, okay, I see. So there's the My Little Pony references we were making earlier. I see. So, from this, I am getting a bit of punk rock. This is how I feel every girly who was interested in metalcore in like 2016 wanted to dress. So it does check out for me, at least in terms of theming and the outfit, but I wonder if we could add more interest in this in a couple specific ways, because I fear that the reason why to her it might feel like there is something missing, where, you know, something is lacking, might be because I don't know if the clothing inherently feels specific enough. Because I think my feeling of looking at it and saying, this is kind of more or less what a lot of girls wanted to dress like who were in sort of the metalcore scene in 2015, 2016, I'm not thinking of like a specific person, I'm thinking of like the entire scene at that time. So I feel like you may need some more specific character accessories to solve that, or even more specific hair. I think one of the things we tend to associate with rock stars and stuff like that is a little bit more chaos, perhaps, where the hair is so perfect and neatly groomed, but what if your hair wasn't that perfect? What if your hair was giving, like, you know, you've got these little segments down here. You've got these little tendrils that kind of squiggle back and forth down there. What if you had some of those coming out up here? Like flyaways. And then those kind of add to your silhouette in an interesting way. So we tend to associate that little bit more of chaos with rockstar kinds of things. And here, I can give them the ombre back too. But then that adds a little bit more to the silhouette that makes the hair feel more specific and designed. Let me add the gradient onto it fast, quick. And then the other thing that I think I feel is that you need an icon, mayhaps, where, you know, you have a skull, but it's just a skull, unfortunately. There's really not much more to it than being a skull. Could we design a more specific skull for you? You said that your things that you're trying to combine here are music, skulls, and roses. Are there ways we could combine those aspects? This is not something I think you should do. The specific thing that I'm doing is an idea, but just like as a having the ball rolling situation. Like, think about ways we can turn the skull into something else. Like, what if the skull is a music note? That feels corny for a rock star. But think about ways we can make the skull more specific to you and less just a default basic skull, because I think that would help a lot. Also, I fear that maybe some of these accessories are just too small. I couldn't really see this hairpin from a distance, so I might just beef it up. Whoops, hang on. and make it bigger. And then if it's bigger, also it might be more in your silhouette. Same deal with these ones that are in your hair. You're probably trying to be a little more grounded in your approach, but unfortunately from a distance, we can't really see them. There we go. So then we can get the skull from a distance, perhaps. But then we could add more to the skull, so it's not just a skull in and of itself. Skulls, but the eye sockets are upside down music notes, so it's like kiss makeup. Oh, yeah, that could be interesting. The skull would have to be much bigger in order for that to be visible. Or like maybe we could even like extend them off the edge of the face like they're crying or something. We don't want to put them down. We're like, you know, and then this one has like 2 wings on it or something, so these are different notes. But those are the kind of things that will make an icon feel more distinct. Hang on, what did Fee say? What's your idea? Ooh, did I miss something? Hang on. Hairbun looked like a blooming rose. Yeah, like a blooming rose might be neat. Thorns might be also neat. I agree with these things. Thorns as sort of an overlapping area for the classic sort of punk style spikes might be interesting too, where if we were to have, you know, silver jewelry like around the neck or something where it's sort of like cascading like vines. You know, the like sort of tendrily way that roses can sometimes tend to grow. Whoop. Something like that. And then you could have like all the little like sharp thorns on it. Might be kind of interesting. And then this will feel more like a character accessory, which I think we're sort of lacking right now. Or even that could be in the hair or around the bun or something like that. Yeah, different flowers could work. There's a lot of theming we can do with flowers and what they mean inherently too. Some piercings. I was also thinking that maybe we could use more piercings. I feel like we're missing in the piercing department right now. As I'm thinking about, you know, the skull crying and having that like, you know, teardrop shape that is becoming a musical note, I'm wondering if that could be a repeating motif throughout the design, where we can take, you know, this shape that we see at the top of music notes. Actually, I don't know if I need to draw it at an angle like this, right? And make something like that be a repeating motif in the design. So that way that adds a little bit more specificity to it too, right? So something like that could be neat. More earrings to add to the silhouette could be neat. There's a lot of things we could add if we're sort of just spitballing stuff. Like this chain doesn't need to be a chain. This chain could be another one of those sort of like rose thorny vines. You could even have like the leaves on it. Right now I'm drawing it in a color that's way too similar to the shorts and to the background, but just so we get the idea of it. But then because we've replaced what it feels sort of like a almost generic chain with something that's so much more specific, it'll feel more character designed. Similarly, I'm wondering if we could get this ring to almost resemble like a rose by giving it like a little bit of detailing like that, so it feels like petals or something. Or like, you know, maybe there's like some way that these are connecting so that it feels like, you know, there's a structure here where it's sort of furling in like a rose and these are becoming more like petals. Just different things that are making the jewelry more specific and less likely to be something you could just go to the store and buy. Yeah. Music note, hairpin, cute with a rose, skull 1, 2. Yeah. There's a whole number of things that could be added here, but I think the main thing we're getting at is that that angle that you're feeling where it feels like it's lacking, we just want more specificity in the clothing. We want accessories that feel like they are designed and tailored to you and you alone. Like you are the only person on planet Earth that owns that exact thing you're wearing. That's the feeling we want from a character. And I think some of these aspects are gonna help push you in that direction. I am surprised, for what it's worth, the tattoos themselves are nice, but they're really not very focal, and the locations they have aren't very helpful for them conveying that rose theming to us as clearly. I wonder if instead of having it on your hip, you should have it on your shoulder maybe. Or we can see your rose tattoo. We could see the rose, you know, peeking out of your shoulder here since your jacket's partially off the shoulder instead. And then, you know, maybe there's like leaves where it like overlaps underneath things, but then that's helping with the upper half focus as well. So then we're not losing that aspect of the design when we look down lower. Yes. Yeah, there's a whole number of things I think that could go in here as far as concept execution. I am interested by the hood also, because the hood looks like it's trying to be a skull also. And maybe this is one of those other locations where if we're trying to get like more of the music representation, you know, they're saying of treating it like almost like there's like tiers coming down that form the shape of, you know, those musical note things where it's like this. I forget what note this is. Is this an eighth note? Quarter note is just that, right? That's a quarter note, maybe, question mark. Musicians, shroommates, Lance! What is this? Is this an eighth note? It does that? I played piano for 7 years. But I think it's been way more than 7 years since I last played. I can't remember. But adding some of that on the back here could be nice in order for us to see the music aspect more clearly. Eighth note, thank you. I do not know music theory. Oh, see, that's okay. You make good music. Clearly you don't need to know music theory to make good music, if I've learned anything, but... Sorry to very... call for you. What if her bun is shaped like a skull? It could be shaped like a skull, or maybe she could have just like two dark things sitting inside of it. Like the eyes of the skull, right? Where they sit like close to the head, or if they're positioned higher up, you could even have like the nose in it or something, so that we're getting the skull in there. There's a million different things you can do. Wait, 8th note and 16th. Wait. That's, oh wait, because this is a quarter. This is a half. That's 3/4? Whole note. You're right. Because I think these ones are filled in also. They're not supposed to be open. Yeah. Neophoia, it's all coming back. I haven't touched music theory in like, oh yeah, like more than 10 years. I remember these things. I know these things. Once upon a time, somewhere deep tucked in the recesses of my brain, there was once somebody who could play piano. That person is gone. I don't think I can play anything on piano anymore, unfortunately. What if it's shaped like a rose rather than a skull? We were also saying that potentially is a good option for the hair too. The idea is going to be some of the things we're suggesting here will stick, but not all of them, hopefully. I don't think we need to do every single thing I've suggested, but pick and choose which ones seem interesting and seem like something you'd enjoy, and I think that'll push us in the right direction here. More detail, yeah. Like, also think the idea of skulls, roses, and music are fun ideas to play with for stories, either be related to themes of love for the grim, beauty and death, no fear in speaking up on darker human emotions. Yeah, those tend to be sort of thematically popular topics also if we're talking about like rock or metal music also. So it does make sense, it does check out. Earth! Thank you for following also. Looked at notes from school about reading notes, only reason I remember. I see. The only song I can remember I can play on piano is the Waltzing Parakeet, and none of you know that song, I'm willing to bet. I don't think any of you probably know that song. It's just one of those songs that they teach you as a kid to play. It's just a simple waltz. One shaped like a skull, then hair stick can be a rose piercing through it. Oh, see, that's a good idea also. Yeah. There's a lot of things we could note down. I used to dance the waltz. Neat. My father has an award for ballroom dancing. My father is the funniest shelf we have in our house. We have our shelf of awards. That shelf is adorned by such awards as participation trophies from my sister and I playing soccer. I think I have a couple of kung fu trophies sitting up there, if I recall. The other trophies that are up there, my mom has a field hockey trophy, and my father has a women's volleyball trophy and a ballroom dancing trophy. My father, yes, has a women's volleyball trophy. That's a long story. Friday maybe I'll block out and tell you that tale as to why my dad has a trophy for women's volleyball. Fungi Father Lord, did he coach it? No. Okay, actually I can't not tell the story, never mind. I'm not postponing it to Friday. It's quick. My father was on a men's volleyball team at a point in time in a place where men's volleyball wasn't very popular. We're from Appalachia. men's volleyball that was seen as a girls' sport for the most part, but their high school had both a girls' team and a guys' team. So they get signed up for a competition, a camp even. It's like a volleyball like go-away camp over the summer. So my dad and the whole team went. The whole men's team went. They arrive and it's total pandemonium because this is a girls' like tournament camp. So what they decided to do, because like all the guys on the team of course are like, well, hey, I get to be a senior in high school and hang out with like 400 girls and play my favorite sport. This is fantastic. So what they pitched was, hey, what if you just split our team up and just place like 1 or 2 of us randomly on each team, and then we can all play, you know, together, and that kind of solves it, and we can all still participate, you know, since we already paid and all this stuff. And the organizers were like, oh yeah, sure, we'll just give you your own cabin or whatever. Go. Worked out. My father was I think my dad was a wing spiker, but his team won. His team won the whole tournament, so very neat. So my dad does have a women's volleyball trophy. And I watched Haikyuu with my dad because my dad likes volleyball. So yes. Not often I hear about men's volleyball. I know! I've been playing volleyball with my dad since I was a little kid, but I specifically wasn't even allowed on my volleyball team in high school. I was never allowed to even try out because our volleyball team was like good enough that a lot of the girls on the team got scouted, and you were not able to try out for the team if you were under 5'4". I'm not tall enough. I'm not even nearly tall enough for that. So I never got to play volleyball, and I'm still heartbroken about that to this day. Man, I wish I could play sports. It's not fair. You tall people have it, not to say so easy, but you tall people don't understand how good you have it in that way. Imagine being excluded from a sport for something you can't change. So sad. Yeah. Girls were tall and athletic, and the guys were all short. Boys volleyball tryouts got bodied. I would imagine so. How many people try out? I literally had been training specifically, pointedly, to be a defensive specialist, because you don't need to be tall to be a defensive specialist. You just have to be really good at saving. And let me tell you, I have no fear throwing my whole body onto the ground. I'm also very flexible as a person. Yeah, best libero ever. Could have had me. I'm somebody who has a martial arts experience. I'm very flexible. I have really good body sense. Like, all the things you'd want from an athlete. Nope. I played lacrosse instead. Didn't like it. Didn't like lacrosse. My mom was the lacrosse coach. I kind of had to, but it sucked. I was so sad. Libero was 4'11". I'm so jealous. I'm taller than that. They wouldn't let me. I wasn't allowed. The tryouts, there was like a height and weight requirement. I didn't make either of them. I was like, all right, great, thanks. Bye. Anyways, minor segue aside, but yeah. My mother, the coach. Yeah, my mother was both a field hockey and lacrosse coach. So that's what I ended up having to play instead, which was very sad. Yeah, why weight requirement? I don't know. I really don't know. I wish I could tell you. Liberos and college level volleyball teams my cousin played on were 5'11". The rest of the girls were 6'1 plus. And that's why. It's because even in like professional volleyball and college volleyball, the defensive specialists are still tall. Because there's a lot of like plays where you can have your defensive specialists set or do other things where having height would be an advantage. It's a whole thing, but it breaks my heart. Basketball never would have been for me. Same deal with that. Never. Couldn't. Although honestly, maybe for the better, because I did irreparably destroy my hips playing lacrosse, and I fear that it may have actually been worse in volleyball if I was throwing myself on the floor all the time, unfortunately. But anyways, back to this. Sorry for the segue. I don't remember why I mentioned that. I don't even know why I got onto that tangent. Why was I talking volleyball? We're looking at a rock star. Oh, trophies, ballroom dancing. Oh, waltzing. There it is. There's the tangent. Oh, boy. But anyways, visual motifs combine things in an interesting manner. That is the thoughts for adding interest to the design. Yes. I'm skinny, I'm around 190, trying to not harm someone. If I run into a short girl, knock them to the ground, that's why no short, lightweight people on the tall people team. No, I know. I would have gotten eradicated. We had girls who were like 6'5" on the team, so I would have gotten wrecked, unfortunately. But it's so sad. Yeah, exceedingly off topic, check off on your bingo. That's the only time it'll happen today. I'm focused now. So, what did we talk about? We talked about concept. Color design is quite nice. All of the pink being focused up around the face and the head, I think works very nicely to bring the focus to her body. Don't worry, Salma, you don't have to apologize. I don't care that much if we derail. I'm not that pressed. I try my best to be focused, but I don't care. I'm here to yap. That's what I'm here for, more or less. Under most circumstances. Yeah, we're going back to pink. So, color design is cute. It is nice. The pinks go well together. I enjoy that the purple is adding more depth. I almost want, you know, the head is very focal. Head's very focal because there's the most of the pink and the purple both happening in the head. But this is one of those situations where does the focal point work? Yes. But do I want just a little more, please? Yes. This would be crazy if your eyes were a much more distinctly different color. Try this. Like if your eyes were super purple, they might draw us in a lot more. Honestly, if your eyes were like a brighter blue too, that might really suck us in further too. Yeah, look at that. Blue eyes. Yeah, green. Oh yeah, for roses. Hang on. Yeah, like what if a teal color? If we're talking about like roses for theming. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. See how you cannot look away from that? Look right in the eyeballs. I could even turn it down a little bit. It might be just a little too intense, but like, that's it right there. And then that suddenly helps push that sort of rose aspect further. Yeah, not toxic green eyes, not toxic green. Hi, Wani. Out of curiosity, any pigs in today's Pinktuber lineup? I don't believe so. We'll check, but I off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't think so though. But yeah, green would pop, helps adding a little bit more sort of the plant or rose aspect in. I think it's the schmoove. Contrasting color that only appears once in your design as your eyeballs. I cannot understate how effective that can be in designs. The fact that I don't do it in my own design is honestly one of my only regrets with this version of me. I know I'm going for earthy and calm, but it's one of my only regrets as far as what I could have done design-wise, because my glasses do that purpose, but they're all the way up there, and my face is down here. Close, but not quite. But anyways, yeah, so color. Color is all great. I just want a little hint of green. Just give me a little hint of green, maybe, please. Just a little hint of green. And then for silhouette, I can't really separate you from your background very easily because you're on a gradient, and you're also posed asymmetrically, but I can tell that at least from the fact that your jacket is hanging off one shoulder a little bit more, and your belts are asymmetrical, there's a little asymmetry happening in the design. I keep wrong tensing words. What is going on today? Happy Monday. But I think I want a little bit more from the silhouette. I think that's the other grounds that our feeling of this being a little bit lacking is founded in. Adding, you know, these little hair tendrils that are flying away, making the pin and the bun bigger, adding earrings, adding sort of like a crazy necklace. Those will all be little things that add to the silhouette in an interesting manner that makes the silhouette feel more distinct, more specific. Let me draw a ladder also here. Weep, whap, boop. We're gonna pretend these shoes are on the same line as the front foot is. So they're both the same, but like we've got a sock on one side, we've got this on the other side. This here, that goes like that. We do have sort of crossing shapes at the hips. We have a line for the bottom of the shirt. We've got some diagonals happening from the tears in the tank top, which is smart. I appreciate that. Having those tears be diagonal, it adds nice interest. It feels more realistic and loose. Your collar, your eyes, with also your bangs almost on the same line. Top of your head, top of your bun. So as far as ladders go, I think we can all agree. Ow. Yeah, I think we can all agree. Ouchie. Oof. Ouchie. Ladders. Yeah. Make your offerings, if you will. I think we can all agree. Quite dangerous this ladder is. I would be astonished if anyone could get past here, the bottom part. Oh, where's my hand? Hello? Where'd my hand go? Hi? How long has my hand been missing for? Now it's back. There we go. I'd be amazed if anyone could get past here. And then it's like, all right, jump, climb. We're doing a little bit of like climbing of some sort. This is just a nightmare ankle destruction center in itself. And then good spacing, good variety. So that's adding to sort of the polished feeling we've been getting from looking at this design as well. The fact that there's so much interest in it. This is very well broken up in terms of the verticality of the design. It works out. Yeah, all limbs broken, many a tear, but in the best way possible. Does this design have black spots? It does! This design has spot blacks. I would say that all of this shading, especially on like the insides of the sleeves, qualifies as spot blacks because they are the darkest color in the design. And I feel like this is one of the other reasons why it feels so nice and concept-y is that they're not afraid to push the value. I fear that a lot of VTuber designs are trying to stay too light and pastel and that their shading isn't really informing depth as much as it could be. Whereas the shading on this is all for the sake of depth. The shading is only used to tell us things about material and depth. Good contrast in it. I could have climbed that ladder, just saying. Lance said, actually, you know, I get that being sort of like a cosmic entity of some sort does give you magic powers, but I believe you still have legs, so I don't believe you at all, even slightly. I don't believe you. What? Did I get anything to add to my bingo? Paragraph concept explanation, maybe. I did want a little more exaggeration. Man, you guys are getting all the good stuff. I'm barely getting anything. There is mesh sheer fabric. That's what the fishnet is considered. No twin tails, no band-aids, no multicolored hair, yes. Crop top, yes. Oh wait, never mind, I got a couple on bingo. There we go. I'm not at bingo yet. If I need, I can ditch the legs and float around, ladders be danged. I'm happy for you. Not all of us can. What is spot blacks in bingo? Spot blacks are any place on a design in an illustration where the shading color or other areas are treated with the exact same value as the line art is. So do you see how, you know, here's our line art color. These values are actually darker, I think, than the line art color, right? But because they go to the darkest shade, that's a spot black. That's like a classic graphic novel or manga technique for getting a lot out of your value range without having to color or add screen tones in any way. Adds a lot of depth, it's nice. Could climb it, but are you willing to risk the hospital trip? No, I am not a person. I am not willing to risk any kind of hospital trips. But silhouette passes. What have we not graded here? What did I not talk about? Did I miss something? Let's do this and then we'll see. So color palette, we enjoy it the way it is. I really didn't have any changes for it, other than for focal point, which is that make your eyes green. Come on, do it. Come on, do it. Make your eyes green. They'll be so nice and focal. For silhouette, I think this is one of the areas you're the most lacking in that your silhouette doesn't have a lot of things breaking the exterior edge of just your body itself. All your clothing is quite tight. And for the fact that when I draw that ladder on you, it's crazy. None of it is influencing your external silhouette. So that's why we added those aspects to your hair, made the chains more into like vine-like things. That'll all add interest to your silhouette. For complexity versus clarity, it's not that you're under-detailed, it's that your details lack specificity, which is maybe where I would take something away in the concept area. I can see that you're a rock star. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get your game on, go play. I can see that. I'm picking up what you're putting down, but we can push it further and push those like secondary aspects you said is like your Oshi marks to be clearer in the design. I think that'd be worthwhile. But maybe I will take a half point off for complexity versus clarity and that want more specificity from your clothing article choice, and that'll add a little bit more detail that I fear this might be lacking. Just a little. But I also really liked your design. There was something so charming about it. And we were saying we think it might be the art style that just drew me in. It's got a professional quality to it that I appreciate seeing. It just feels nice. The art is very well done. Let's do a little grade here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? I think that sounds right. Grab purple. Oop, that's not purple. Purple. Yay! Can we get a round of applause for Calvaria? Also, I would give you a bonus point for your name being really clever. I don't think it's not design related, but that is quite clever. Go work. Yay! Applause! I live for the applause, applause, live for the applause, applause. You're a little gaga, just as a treat on a Monday. Yay! Good work! On to the next one! This is one that I've actually had sitting around accidentally for a while accidentally. I think this person's design is different now, but is still a sleigh in a similar manner. So I did want to show this one specifically. They didn't resubmit, so I don't want to pull their new design to critique if that's not what they wanted, but this was a sleigh of a design that I thought was very cool and had sitting waiting for a minute that I would like to make sure we talk about in some way somehow. So we will do that today. This is Grim, he, they. Germ Germ is the current Twitter. An average university student. Grim struggled with mental health and debt up to their last moments as a living being. Tired of their struggles in the living realm, they fantasized about eternal rest. Yet when they woke up again, they were employed in the afterlife to pay off their otherworldly debt. After spending decades alone in the graveyard, Grim grew incredibly lonely and became attached to the wandering souls in the outside world. Seeing the desire to live in a broken world a meaningless desire, and the graveyard as a refuge. They began to indiscriminately offer contracts, exchanging a person's soul for one wish. Now the souls will reside in the graveyard under Grim's watch. Neat. Neat. Almost relatable. Hey, we don't live in a meaningless existence. Oh. No. We can't be dooming. Oh. I'm gonna eat small snack. Thank you for head pat. I'm gonna eat small snack, even though you didn't tell me to, but I just hunger. I have these funny little, I don't know what to call them. Jubby's mom made these interesting little snacks for Easter, and I have to finish them before we get too far from Easter, but they're like white chocolate clusters on a pretzel, and they contain peanuts, weird colored and flavored M&Ms, white chocolate chips, peanut M&Ms, and a bunch of other miscellaneous stuff. I don't know what to call them. They're kind of good. They're kind of interesting. Thank you, Rex. Now I'm allowed to have my snack. I wasn't allowed. But I need to eat them all before they go bad. Yeah, the first one did count as EG suggesting fashion research. I would say so. This, I would say, is giant sleeves. This is not the skirt, this is the sleeve, which is very big. And these are more or less twin tails also, if you were wondering, so. Manzana going, oh, Lolita. Add puppy chow and it sounds goated. This is very adjacent to, I think, that kind of dessert. I don't know what it is, but it's a good little snack. Last sentence, the question being unrelated to the VTuber? Oh, me talking about marshmallows and peanut M&Ms? I hope you cannot hear me crunching. My innate reaction in life when I'm chewing things is to cover my mouth. I shouldn't do that when I'm streaming because it makes my face tracking fail. Last sentence is a bio? Oh, okay. I see. Thank you, Rex. I will also hydrate. There we go. I wish I wasn't so slow at chewing. Demon concept? I don't know if they're inherently a demon. They're more like spirit-esque, maybe, I would say, visually at least. Wooter. There we go. So, as far as silhouette goes, these pigtails that are sort of floaty with these giant tattered rabbit-like ears, good. They are doing probably all of the heavy lifting for this design, or silhouette on this one. But even having just the boot buckles stick out off the body helps a lot too. Silhouette, good. I would say that's quite the distinct silhouette in and of itself. We're not gonna spend too much time like flip-flopping back and forth, but I will mention both of them. For this one, sort of halo we're getting, which is sort of hinting at maybe some sort of afterlife angle, does add to the silhouette nicely, but I fear that with the skirt, the sleeves combining with just the bottom part of the dress does take away from some of the effectiveness of the silhouette, unfortunately. Reapers aren't demons, I guess. Are they? I don't know. I don't know if they qualify. I would say despite this also being somebody with pink hair and a Grim Reaper motif, this does not feel very Mori Calliope adjacent at all to me, actually. They're being executed in a very different manner. Reapers take souls inherently are not demons. Oh, okay, I see. Good to know, good to know. So, silhouette-wise, I think this one's doing fantastic. I may want just a little more exaggeration. I love sort of like baggy arm warmers. This feels like it's pulling from a specific like emo aesthetic. And I would love to see these like even further exaggerated. Like that maybe. To give us a little bit of weight. And then here if I lock it I can... There we go. Make the stripes go all the way across. There we go. But I would love to see that just exaggerated a little bit more, so then that adds to the silhouette, and then also potentially there might just be a little bit too much going on visually in some of the areas where I don't know if we need every single one of these tears that's in the pants, or even if we do, maybe we just want ones that are like smaller, where, you know, maybe just this one is only that big as opposed to being the same size as all the others, where like, you know, maybe this one is slightly smaller, and then the change in scale makes them feel a little bit less overwhelming visually, because I fear that there's just a little bit too much going on as a result. Psychopomps can be lots of different things in different cultures, including demons, but also spirits, gods. I'm not familiar with that word you used. Psychopomps? What is that? What does that mean? I'm not familiar with that word, which is why I said it slowly and with slight concern. But is that just a phrase for the fellows who are in the afterlife? Beyond our realm? Maybe? I'm unfamiliar. But, let's see, maybe this corset could also extend out off the body or something a little bit so that it adds to silhouette some. And then the corset itself, or not the corset, the shirt itself I think might be a little bit too similar in color to the skin tone, which if we want to just leave it the way it is, you could just change the undertone of the shirt maybe to be sort of like cooler in undertone. Oh wait, it's actually so cool and desaturated that I can't do that trick. That doesn't work. This may just need to be a little bit darker then. Oh wait, I think I just deleted my editing layer. Oh, what have I done? There we go. Yeah, I brought it back, don't worry. Just a little darker. It doesn't have to be super dark, but just a little bit darker than the skin tone so that we can tell they're not the same. And then I might do the same for just the little, like, hip cloth that's hanging out down there, too. For clarity's sake. There we go. Learned something new today, cool. Psychopomps are gods that guide dead to the afterlife. Oh, neat! I have never heard that particular word before. That's interesting. I'll have to build that into my vocabulary. Psychopomps. You can argue that a psychopomp is like a metaphysical status for whatever guides souls from here to there. Even animals can show up. Oh, okay. I see. So it's just the concept of something that leads you from one, like, plane, I guess, to the other, maybe. That's interesting. Oh, thank you for informing me. I love to learn new stuff. The amount of things that I learn while I'm live is pretty interesting because half the things I learn are like, e.g., you're pronouncing this wrong, to which I go, ah! And then I try and fix it. But then the other half of them are like just me finding out about completely new and interesting concepts that I was unfamiliar with, which I love. I hunger for knowledge. I don't have to go searching for it anymore either. Yeah, the most famous one is Hermes, Greek messengers of the gods. Yeah, we learn something new every day in the shroom state. I'm learning from you guys as much as you're learning from me is more so the statement I wanted to make. Where for as much as I am often the teacher, I'm not always the teacher. I am sometimes the one who's learning also. Turns out pulling an all-nighter isn't good for your sleep schedule. Hoshi, go to bed. Hoshi, go sleep. Hoshi, go snark me. Take care of yourself, please. Oh, raid. Hello. Shroommates, can you rotate? We've been raided. Hi, Ryoko Panic. How are you? I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. How was your stream? What were you up to? Right now, we are critiquing pink VTuber designs. Actually, you're not allowed to look at them. You're looking at Grim, and you're not allowed to look at them. The shroommates have decided. We're gonna rotate instead. Here, I will grab a little shout out situation. I've rated you before. Same deal though. Welcome. Nonetheless, what do you mean? I see all. Aw, are you snooping on me? I also see all. I am in many places. You never know when and where Squiiji could be watching from. Whoa! Hey, careful with your spinning. I might get dizzy. I might fall. I'm a fall risk. Be careful. Trying to figure out who to raid? Well, I appreciate you coming over here. Thank you for stopping in. What were you up to for a stream? I hope it was a good one. Recently you were doing woo-wah mayhaps. Was it woo-wah? Wow! Says find the orb. There's nothing behind the orb. There's nothing back there. Nothing at all. Nothing to see here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just the usual. Ow. Hey. Ouch. Be nice. See you, dragon. Thank you for following. Nothing unusual to see here. Woo, I'm just chatting and having dinner with everyone. Oh, nice. Nice. I still have woo-wah installed. Wow! I have woo-wah installed on my computer because we were critiquing the designs of characters, and I'm not uninstalling it until we do our tier list because I'm gonna use it for that. But wow! I've not actually played the game. I only played as much of the game as was required for me to unlock the character viewer, and that is all I know of it. But I hope you had fun with it. I hope it was a good time. If you or your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snorking me-meing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. I'm locked in today, also. I'm locked in. What were we saying? I kind of lost what I was saying. We're being excited about learning and knowledge. Oh, and I'm spinning. That's true. Hoshi, aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Take care of yourself. That's not a question, that's an order. Not a statement. Command. Please. But, anyways. So, looking at this design, I am getting undead fused with rabbit for this one. For this design, it's undead fused with almost like bear. I see that the rabbit icon has stayed. And I'm gonna guess that these are meant to be longer, like flop style rabbit ears, but I am kind of losing them. We're mostly primarily focusing on this one because I think this is the stronger design out of the two of them as far as silhouette and interest goes generally. Yeah, the hair buns do make it read as a bear a bit more, yes. I've used a color layer. Oh yeah. I've used probably about 7 color layers. I don't think I make it like 10 minutes into a crit without using color layers. We haven't had any unique pupils yet. No band-aids. I think I'm just not gonna get a bingo today, unfortunately. Fun game, but yeah, people have opinions about character design. Very frustrating when you just want to enjoy a game. Yeah, no, you don't have to listen to things I have to say about it as far as character design goes. Generally, I really like Woowa's character design. There's some things I find a little bit lacking, but if it's a game you find fun, you don't have to view it critically. That's like one of my biggest critiques of people who are like movie aficionados, is that like they are to movies what I tend to be for games, where they don't let me just like a movie because I think it's fun. They're like, well, where's the depth and where's the art direction and where's the this and the that, and it doesn't work for me. And I'm like, I just wanted to enjoy it. And those are both completely valid ways to approach media, with a critical eye or with just the intent of enjoying it. And honestly, I've even played some of the games that I've critiqued more harshly, and they're still fun. I mean, there's some, how do you say, weirdos on Twitters that crit the smaller looking characters? Huh? I'm not sure what you mean, but I'm sure Twitter does a lot of weird stuff, so I can't say I'm surprised, but there's a lot of odd things. Frustrating to put those characters on your team because they're healers? I just say I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, but Twitter is Twitter. Just need a corset. This one sadly doesn't. Well, this is kind of a corset over here, I would say. It's at least lacing. I don't know if it's fully a corset. It doesn't really go all the way up the chest. Where are my fashion fellows? Ruko Manzana, would you say this qualifies as a corset? Example is a character called Verena, and basically a child, but she's the best character for healing. I mean, you're allowed to like a character for the sake of healing. If people are being weird about her, then that's one thing. If she is basically a child, don't be weird. It's that simple. Don't be weird. You can have her on your team. Just don't be weird. It's that easy. it's that shrimple. But anyways, I gotta focus. I gotta get through these. I gotta focus. But thank you for stopping in. Bows, good. The bows almost feel like butterflies, which is kind of interesting. If I were to count motifs, I feel like I may wind up with more than I intend. It might be beneficial, but for something where it feels like this is referencing a maximalistic fashion style, I don't know if I can see that as a trouble. I think it counts as a corset aesthetically, isn't enough lacing to be very functional, does kind of depend on use. Yeah, silly, are you another fashion fungi? I try and keep track of who my fashion fungi are, so I know when I have the clothing questions, I can be like, hey, specific person, where are you? Answer, yep, okay, bet, noted, thanks. Noted, that's going in the brain. But silhouette, generally good. The color design is quite nice. Normally, I feel like under most situations, I would be so overwhelmed by the super, super pink background. But for me, it just kind of works out with the aesthetic. I'm almost getting sort of a scene angle as a result of this really bright pink. The design itself is quite pastel, though, at the same time. So I don't think it's that intense. Hello, fellow silly fungi. Hello. Corsets are my jam. Historical fashion fan. Ah, you and Baroque would probably have some things to talk about. Baroque is another fashion fungi who is quite into historical fashion as well. Yeah. Slowly more and more groups being formed in the shroom state. It's me constantly holding my Barbies next to each other and being like, be friends. Talk to each other. That's what I do. Uh-oh, wee woo. Hi, wee woo. Can you hear the wee woo through my voice? Can you hear it? It's really loud. Maybe you can't. I wonder if my limiter cuts it out because it is really loud. Buy a perfume fungi? You're a Nilo fungi. You can be a perfume fungi if you want. If there's any other fungi who join you in perfume liking, you can form your own little group. Only when you say wee woo. Oh, I live on the dispatch route for a firehouse and for the police. So there was a fire truck that just went by really loudly. It was really loud, but I'm glad you can hear it. Anyways, color design, it's nice. Focal point. Focal point. Where is the focal point for you? For me, the head is attempting to be focal because that's where all of the pink is most conglomerated. And then we have a lot of things that kind of draw us in, you know. I kind of trace the line of the braid up and into the face. I trace these like rabbit ears into the face. And then the harness, by being angled up, kind of points me up to look at the face. But there's just so much happening and so much contrast kind of everywhere that I feel like there's just so much distraction from it, maybe. And maybe it's a situation where all it needs is just my like darker gradient situation. Let's see if I can do like a select color gamut. Yup. Okay. And then invert. Let's see if this works. Normal, multiply. Give me like a purpley color. And then I'll see if maybe I can push some of it back during my sweeping gradient situation, just because it feels like there's just too much. Whoops, hang on, that's gonna have to be like up here. There we go. It just feels a little too contrasty for me. Oh, actually, that helps a lot. Thematically, that's a little bit nice too, because it adds some more color depth to a lot of the black and white areas of the design, that might actually work pretty well. Love getting informed of stream by YouTube so I can go watch on Twitch. It does, I will say, pay to have notifications turned on in multiple locations often. I have a tendency to find out that some of the people that I watch are live I watch them on Twitch, and I will also find out they're live via YouTube because Twitch isn't always reliable with its notification. I don't know why. It's kind of silly. Or I'll find out via like Twitter or something because I didn't get any other notification for it. And I'm like, why? Why did you tell me? But anyway, I think that sort of solves the focal point thing for me. This is a lot more relaxing on my eyes to look at. Honestly, I feel like I might have taken it up just a little too high too. The face doesn't need that over it. But that feels pretty harmonious to me and less overwhelming. I think this is in the right direction. Informed by stream by YouTube, followed by Twitch a few seconds later. Interesting. I know some people who won't get the notification until way, way later too. People will be like, oh, I just got a Twitter ping like 45 minutes after stream started. I don't know how that works. Sometimes it's kind of silly, but I'm glad you all somehow managed to make it here. Nevertheless, we stay silly. World is kind of goofy. Set an alarm for 2 a.m. I am so honored that you do that, Rex. Hearing you and other people talk about like getting up super early to see me, like that's kind of flooring to me. That's crazy. I'm honored that you would carve not just any time out of the day to stop by here, but a time in the middle of the night. Like, that commitment is crazy. Thank you. Thank you. Just like at 7 p.m. EG time. I guess that's true. I'm always live at the same times too. If you know, you know. I don't usually tend to miss my Monday, Thursday, Friday, or things like that. So I'm pretty consistent, which maybe also helps. Notification or not, you know when I'm here. More or less, hopefully, theoretically. Go live right on my lunch, get to watch you for the second half of the workday, helps get in the creative mood. Yay! I'm glad. I'm glad. I feel like I have a good streaming time picked, I feel like. I feel like it kind of is in the right place where it's not terrible for US and also Europe. Kind of ends up sort of optimal as best it can be. And then the people who are not in those time zones, I'm always honored that you're here because it is crazy times of day. But thank you. Goes without saying, of course. Thank you. I appreciate it. But let's see. I gotta focus. We gotta stay focused. We were doing real well with focus. And I feel like I might be kind of slipping, tanging a little bit. EG, lock it. EG, lock it. Color palette. It is nice. It is cohesive. I want a little bit more contrast in some areas and less in others via the multiply layer I added and also the darker tone for the shirt, kind of evening out that contrast structure a little bit so it's less distracting. It's a little easier on the eyeballs. For silhouette, we can add a couple things that beef it up maybe a little bit with the sleeves. We want a little more visual weight, stuff like that. But I'm glad that the boots add to the silhouette and the hair is real crazy and floaty, which adds to the concept. Works out for me. Complexity versus clarity. I feel like you could pull it back a little bit. I feel that, you know, some of the holes that are in the fabric just feel like they're a little too much, specifically because they're all the same size as each other, or they were before I started modifying them. I don't know if we need quite that much repetition. It feels just a little bit too much to me. For focal points, it is the head, but I would say that the entire rest of the body is kind of competing because of how high contrast so many of the sections are, where super dark, super light, super dark, super light, everywhere. It's happening on the leg, it's happening in the arm, it's happening on the other leg, it's happening almost in the chest too. So by adding that sort of sweeping gradient, we can kind of push the focal point back to the face. For concept and motif, I'm seeing, you know, via some of the floaty elements, the skull, which is fused with a rabbit, makes the skull a little bit more specific. If not knowing immediately that you are sort of a Grim Reaper type of fellow or spirit, I can tell that your aesthetic at least revolves around those things, which may be good enough. So I'll give you almost maybe. But you were one of the fellows who was gonna be on the thumbnail the last time I did pink VTuber design crits. And for some reason, my download of the file wasn't big enough for me to put you on there. So you're at this time. You do get points for that, so. EG, same time zone. Woo! EST fellas! East Coast, you're not safe for me. Math! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10? That sounds about right. It's kind of quick. Yippee! Can we get a round of applause? Hang on, hand tracking, do you want to clap? There we go. Round of applause for Grim. Very neat. This design, we didn't really focus on it. I fear that it has less interest as far as color goes, and as far as, you know, it's completely symmetrical. The silhouette isn't as strong because there's not as much negative space. There's a little bit of clarity issue. This is the much stronger design out of the two, which is why I focused on it. This one was really memorable for me. I remembered this one even after the 8 months between when I last looked at it and now. It was still in my brain, and I was like, I gotta put it on the thumbnail this time. I gotta. So good work on that department for sure. It's stuck in the mind, which honestly, sometimes it's more important to have a design that is memorable than it is to have a design that is a 10 out of 10 in any way. Case. I would say I'm not a 10 out of 10 in design. Never actually graded this model, did I? I think it might be an 8 with this current design of me. 8 or 9? Maybe something like that? But I don't need to be a 10. Who cares? You remember me. That's what matters. Right? Love watching the streams and keeping getting ready. I'm glad I can be here. Get ready with EG. It's just me crawling out of the dirt. That's all it is. The get ready with me is just me emerging from underground. Just like a mushroom, I just unfurl my cap and it's like, oh, I'm here. I'm ready. That's all it takes. 9 meat minimum. Oh, you're so kind. I know there's definitely things that could be critiqued about my model for sure, where I'm completely symmetrical, which is not fantastic, and my focal point is not really my face, it's my glasses, which are on my head, which I can make be my face. Oh wait, my stream deck isn't working, I forgot. I can't put my glasses on my face. I'm not capable of doing it. Helps a little, but I fear that I'm lacking a little bit in cleverness in my design. I'm a little too basic, but it's fine. Eyeshadow is focal point. I guess my blush kind of adds focal because it's so saturated. It more or less works. I will say slowly I get ever so slightly more and more dissatisfied with my design. I don't really have things concretely figured out that I'd want to change for it. I kind of like being simple in some way. I don't really feel a need to be over the top, but I fear that there's some opportunities for cleverness that I'm missing. So maybe someday, some way, somehow, we'll make like a EG 2.5 and modify me, but I still feel no reason to ever make a new model. I'm so happy with this model. Other than just getting, you know, my seasonal outfits. I'm gonna stay right the way I am. I'm very content with being this way. I don't need to be any other way, which I feel like is the opposite of how most artists are with their models. They're like, oh, because I have the power, I could change it. I'm like, nope, this is great. It's fine. I'm gonna leave it the way it is. No need to modify anything. It works. Big critique could use more mushroom. That's true. I am lacking in mushroom. That's a thing they classically say about Squiiji. Squiiji, lacking in mushroom. Can't even tell Squiiji's a mushroom. Could use more mushroom, maybe. Even the eyes move keeps my attention in that area. That's fair. The amount of motion and jiggliness in my eyeballs and then my hair motion probably also draws your attention pretty well, but there's still some things I could change design-wise. When I first found your channel, when you had your first model, the most memorable part was always the drips in the hair. How it was black on the inside stands out a lot. Oh, interesting. I look back at that old model and think, what was I doing? What was I thinking? Which is to say I wasn't. I didn't have a solid game plan. I didn't have a solid game plan for EG 1.0. It was just full, make yourself a model so you can start doing stuff. And it was like, I made that model in like 5 days, maybe. I speed ran that model just for the sake of, I just wanted to start creating. I was like, we're not gonna think too hard about it now. If I like being a VTuber and doing that stuff, I'll put more thought into it and make it something I want to stick with for a long time. And I think that was probably the smartest thing I did. Good move, Alt EG, because by not stressing about that, I just hit the ground running. And I think that was a good move. And I think that's advice I could give to everyone. Don't stress about it. Your 1.0 model, your first one you ever get, don't worry about it. Just see if you like VTubing, first off. See if you like what you're doing. And then once you have that first model, I mean, maybe don't super invest in it. Figure out what things you like about it, what you'd like to change, all of that, because that's what informed me becoming the way that I am now. There you go. Squiiji advice hour. It's over. You got it. Getting called out on the bingo? What do you mean getting called out on the bingo? Huh? Bingo doesn't have your name anywhere in it. What do you mean? Test your PC before investing in a model. That too. That also too. When I first made my first VTuber model, it wasn't for me, it was for someone else. I couldn't even test it because I made it on a Surface Pro 3. Couldn't even test it live. It had face tracking and I couldn't even tell what it looked like because I couldn't run VNeon. VNeon didn't even exist. I couldn't run VC Face. It did not work. That's how it goes. But, you know, I'm here now. I have a computer now. I didn't have a computer back then. Just with the artist hating their model comment. No, you're good. No need to be sorry. I was just curious what you meant. Artist hating their model, that is a common thing that I see in artists is when they're their own artist. They don't tend to be as thrilled with it. For 3D, the easier angle for that, because I knew I'd be the same way. If I was the one who made the art reference for my model, I probably would not have been satisfied. So I paid someone else to make the concept. I made the design, I paid someone to make the concept that I one-to-one modeled from. And maybe that would be, like, I guess that is almost just commissioning someone else for the art for you to rig if you're making yourself as a VTuber model. But if you are a 3D modeler, there's so much artistry that goes into making the 3D model and having to replicate those textures and all of that stuff that if you are not confident in your ability to make the 2D reference, or if you have any feeling like you may not be satisfied with what you could make or what you will, commission someone else to make just a reference for it. Make sure they know that that's what you're doing, but commission someone to make a reference of your model and then use that for it. Yeah. Need hair ties on the wrist when they pull the hair back. Oh, okay, you're talking about this model that's here. I see. 2D artist, 3D model. Everyone knows Vroid is super accessible. Vroid is nice, yes. Do you have a question about your model? What is it? I'm gonna take a sip of water. We're taking a little intermission. We just got through 3 in like rapid succession. I'm gonna take mini intermission. What's your question? Reason for a DIY model, because I want to own the copyright. I mean, you can own the copyright of your model even if you aren't the one that made it. What do you mean? Like, I feel like this is a conversation in VTubing that is really strange. The way that commercial rights work in VTubing is really odd. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that your artists don't actually know how to write a terms of service agreement. Because what does commercial rights mean? Is that commercial merchandising? Is that, like, they don't elaborate. And it becomes very clear to me when I look at people's terms of service that they didn't have anyone legally advise them on it. My contract had legal advisement going into it. Is it perfect? No. But I had legal advisement for my contract. And I fear that a lot of artists don't. Yeah, I know commission doesn't transfer copyright ownership, but the person who does the character design for your model should not own anything about it other than authorship. They should own authorship of the design created. If you are going to be streaming, they should be selling you entirely the ownership of it. They should be selling you ownership. And if they are not, that doesn't make any sense. Like, your design is what becomes your brand. That doesn't make any sense if they're not selling you that. And they may not be aware that that is what they're doing. And if they want to own your design, that doesn't make sense. That's not really the way the world works, unfortunately. You should own it, they have credit. Yes, they maintain authorship and can still present that they are the one who created it and all of those things, but they should not be the one who, with finality, owns it. You should be the owner. I say this as a character designer. I have done character design work in other places. Only recently have I had my own contract for it. I've done contracting work in a variety of places over the last like 5 years of my life. And every single circumstance of that, I sell the copyright to the person who is the creator, or who is the person that I'm doing the designing for. They get to own it. I get authorship, they get just full rights to use it for whatever they need it for, usually. Yeah. One that holds your overalls on your shoulders. Why the pants part have their own pair? Oh, for my overalls? Silliness. Goofiness. I wanted something in that area of the design. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't have to. Just goofiness. Oh, hello. Oh, hoot hoot, hello. Hello, Plumies. Hi. Hi, Phil. I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, also art educator. Today we're looking at pink VTuber design critiques. Right now we were talking about copyright and ownership. I'm just slight, e.g. segue into legal advisement as far as contracts go. But welcome in. Shroommates, can we rotate for the raiders, please? I see you've gotten started. Rotate a little for them. What were you guys up to today? What'd you guys do for stream? Hope it was a good time. I like your little like green emblem. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's a star of some sort, but for some reason to me in my brain it feels like the owls are kind of spitting on me. Like it's probably supposed to be like a green firework or something floral, but I cannot get rid of the thought in the back of my mind that the owls are coming and appearing and spitting on me a little bit. Oh, Minecraft! I knew that! You were in the, what is it, Bavaria? SMP? I almost said simp. That's not the word. Bavaria SMP, question mark? Working on a house, maybe, I think I remember. I looked at your schedule. But I hope you had a good time with it. I love me some Minecraft. I have not gotten to play in a while. I've not gotten to do one of those classic, just get addicted to Minecraft for 2 weeks situations in a minute. Owl and a green spark? Oh, that would make sense. I mean, logically, I figured they weren't spitting on me, but... Yeah, for the green gem. It is supposed to be a gem, isn't it? Or like a sparkle. Logically, that makes a lot more sense, but I could not get that thought out of the back of my mind. Definitely spitting? No, they're not. No, they're not. The Plumies are well-behaved little owl fellas, little hoot fellas. I don't think they would do that. But I hope you guys had a good time. Yeah, they're well-behaved. I hope you guys had a good time in Minecraft, though. You guys need to do things like the eating or the drinking or the snork-me-me-meing. Please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and help us out with critiques, you are welcome to do so. We take a lot of viewer input for them. But please prioritize looking after yourself, pretty please. I beg of thee. Yeah, they are very well-behaved. E.g., if you were a drink, what do you think you would be? What do you mean? In terms of favorite drink, there's one answer. In terms of if I, as a character, were condensed into a beverage, I think there's a different answer. Me, as far as if I was a drink based on drinks that I like, I'd probably be hot chocolate or ginger ale. And I feel like both of those things visually would kind of be okay for me, like the gold color kind of works for ginger ale. But I feel like if I was actually turned into a beverage, like you made a Squiiji beverage, I don't know what the gloop tastes like. We decided on something before. I said it tastes like skin, but that's gross. You don't want a beverage tasting like skin. I don't know. I don't think I have an answer otherwise. Aesthetically be cookies and cream? Oh, I could see that. I could see that. That would make sense. I could see, yeah, or like some sort of tea. Something like green with like a white flower in the tea, maybe? Yeah, like you get like the two kinds of things, like a blend licorice tea, is that a thing? Could see that. Yeah. Thanks for having us. Of course, thank you guys for stopping by. I'm also looking forward to the collab. I was telling the Shroommates at the start of stream that I will be appearing. I don't know what your location is considered. Vil, I live in the Shroom state, but I'll be entering some kind of interesting portal and teleporting to wherever it is that the Plumies live on Wednesday. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to yap. And also draw, and also probably mostly yap. I'll be as focused as I can be. Hibiscus tea? Oh, hibiscus. Say hi, hibiscus. Hi. Do you know that thing with Mario? Sour apple Skittles? No, I don't think I would taste like that. I think that doesn't taste quite right. Bill has a magical mansion. Does the mansion have a name? Does it have a name? Are there any like creaky old floorboards that may or may not have been exposed to humidity that I could infiltrate through and maybe take over with mycelium? Send us a link for that collab. I will. The link I'll post when we're live for it. I will post the link for it in the Discord. I'll be retweeting Vil's stuff for it. Don't worry, Shroommates. You will know when it's happening. You'll know. I'll make sure you're aware. You won't be left out. You just have to be good. You gotta behave. Don't embarrass me. chocolate mint eggs. Decided I taste like blueberry. Yeah, Hosha, you definitely taste like blueberry, without a shadow of a doubt. You tasting like cloudberries? What in the world is a cloudberry? Goldeny orange grown marshlands. Okay, that sounds like me. That does sound right. That sounds right for me. I could imagine being flavored like that. I don't know what it tastes like. You didn't tell me what it tastes like, but if it looks like me, that's probably good enough. It needs to be, if it's gonna taste like me, it needs to be sweet and also... What else am I like? Yeah, I don't know. What other qualities do I have that translate into beverages? I can't think of any. I'm sweet. I don't think goofy is a flavor. That's it. Honey with a smoky aftertaste. Joby calls me honey, so I think I could be honey flavored. I think that would work. Orange. Or mango. Can't be mango. I'm allergic to those. False. Goofy is fizzy. Okay, so I'm a fizzy drink. What if I was like a carbonated tea? You know, like Brisk? Isn't Brisk a carbonated tea? I love aloe drink. I'd be down for being an aloe drink also. There's a name for it, but I forgot. I'll have to ask Vil about it then. I'll ask Vil what your location is called. It's like an energetic person. It's all a ruse. I am actually way calmer than this. I put on a very outgoing, loud, goofy, silly persona for all of you. Really funny if the official Squiiji drink is not drinkable by Squiiji. I wouldn't approve of that. I wouldn't approve of it. I wouldn't allow that to be the case. I have to get to participate in any of the things that are about me. I want to participate in them. That'd be so cruel to me. Imagine I get offered a sponsorship with one of those like energy drink beverage companies and they're like, yeah, we'll offer you your own flavor. Mango. Ah, heartbreak. Heart to break. I don't know if I'd accept anyway, because I don't really drink those kinds of beverages, therefore I wouldn't be able to confidently recommend it to others, but like, it would be really funny. Cloudberries are slightly tart, sort of like cranberries, more citrus than cranberries. Have a lot of vitamin C. Oh, is this a thing about me? Am I healthy, maybe? As a beverage, would I be healthy? I think I would be. Pineapple? I do like pineapple. Pineapple might be good. Ooh, pineapple orange is a good combo. Maybe I'd be like a pineapple orange flavored drink. And then it's fizzy because I'm goofy and energetic and yeah, nice and golden in color. I think that would work out. I would do a hot chalky collab, however. If any of those, hey, any of you beverage companies out there that do your like, I don't know, what are they? All the, there's like the gamer subs and the, I actually don't know what all any of the other ones are. Any of you people who do the beverage, funny little container beverages out there, you should expand into the market of hot chocolate. That's just another powdered drink form you could have in a can. I'll help you. Let me in. That's how I get on board. If you want that idea, you gotta collaborate with me, but I feel like that would make sense for a lot of those companies. Good check out. Or like, what are the other ones? There's a couple of them. There's a couple of those brands. Chocolate over coffee and tea? Yeah. Mushroom-shaped marshmallows? Yeah. Oh, it's on my list of dream merchandise, is having a hot chocolate collab. But I don't think that's physically possible. Is a beverage to be comforting? Oh, thank you. I'm honored that you think so. It's an honor. Funky hot chalky merch. I have so many like goofy dream merch things that I don't think are possible. Someday, some way down the line, if I ever have any kind of management, that would be when I think those kinds of things could be possible, because I'd probably have to have them manufactured specifically custom for me, in all likelihood. Like, I don't think there's already a path forward for that. There's no precedent, so it'd be interesting for sure to see, but I would love to try it. I would love to do goofy, unusual things for merchandise. Have you ever seen those tiny basketball hoops you can add to cups to toss marshmallows through? I have not. I am not familiar with with what you were talking about. Oh, I'm not familiar with that, no. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting us some cotton candy floss. It was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Edward a little bit, please? What are you doing without a sub? Edward's sitting out here with like the spore rifle, just taking shots. What are you doing with that one? Pew. What are you doing with that one? Pew. You're borrowing my spore gun, huh? Bang. Yeah, Cotton. Thank you, Edward. Very kind. Have you ever tasted chocolate orange? Yes, I have, and they're very yummy. The chocolate orange is very good. It's very yummy. Just want it for myself. Ah, see, you see me as an opportunity to get it for yourself, and I don't blame you. I would also love to have those things. Back to the artist? Yes. So why don't we lock back in? We took a little pause, we greeted some raiders. Lock in the shroommates. Yes, chocolate oranges are very yummy, and you're gonna make me hungry. I have to stream for another hour and 40. I cannot be hungry yet. Lock in! Lock in! This is Chico, she, her. Neko 926888297. I tried my best to apply what I learned from your videos, but I feel like the design's weak points are the color palette and there's no motif. These are the 2 points I'm most unsatisfied with. I wanted the design to give the vibe of cute and soft since I'm a shy and soft person. I hope my design didn't come across as fluffy, so I added fluffy earrings and a bit of fluff on the top of the shoe to make it look cute. I also rolled up the sleeves to showcase the hardworking side of my personality. I tried to make the outfit represent an artist, since my main content in the future would be art videos and ASMR if possible, hence why I aspire to have a soft and calming design. Overall, I'm proud of what I made, but I still find it lacking somehow. But I'm unable to pinpoint exactly what my problem with it is. I would like you to know that I'm really thankful for your videos and the kind way you give advice. I hope all the best for you. So if there's any mistakes, English is not my native language. Oh, glad my videos were helpful. Also, I feel any of you who are like in here being like, I'm sorry, English is not my first language. You're doing fantastic, sweetie. I'm gonna give you a hug. You're doing amazing. All of you do fantastic. It is so much work learning multiple languages, and I have a lot of respect for you, and I'm so proud of you. You're doing fantastic. So don't worry about it even slightly at all. This is completely coherent and legible and understandable. You got it, you're nailing it. But here's the thoughts here. So, as far as this design goes, I am getting the vibes of it quite clearly. You know, we are getting sort of like the soft and sweet end of the design with, you know, the pink tones, the warm brown tones. You're very inviting. All the shape language is very rounded also, which does help. She does blend a little bit into the background. I gave her the background that she had when she submitted, but I can make it less, make it brighter, but then her sleeves kind of get lost a little bit. Let me go like that, maybe. Oh, wait, that's too close to her hair. Is that maybe good? There we go. It's giving kid art teacher. Yes, to me, in every way, the association I had by looking at this was that I thought she was gonna be like an elementary school art teacher, which I love. Usually, I don't know how much a fan I am of the super like dropped crotch clothing, but it feels so comfy for this design that I don't mind it. And vibes-wise, it just adds to that sort of like cozy aesthetic that's going on. And I think the sort of pristine nature with being an art teacher, mayhaps, is why it's not as, like, necessary maybe here for it to be super chaotic. That's what I'm going for. Artist character imagines some chaos and paint stains. We could add those things to it, but I don't think we have to. Every time somebody starts with English, it's not my first language, they're beginning to write at a college level. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I would have had no clue. I would have never guessed that English is not your first language. 90% of the time when people submit things and say that, don't sell yourself short. You're doing fantastic, fellas. Hair ties on the wrists. Hair tie on the wrist for pulling the hair back might be nice. The other thing that I was thinking might be good is that I have a tendency to associate, you know, if we're kind of leaning into that sort of comforting teacher aesthetic, I wonder if having a headband would be good. Where we can see like the headband on the top of the head, and then we can even exaggerate that sort of cloud aspect even further. Where like, you know, maybe we have sort of like an asymmetrical cloud inspired headband happening. So then it is holding your hair back to some degree, but then it adds a more specific character accessory. It's repeating that fluffy aspect that seemed important to the design on some level. Why is my brush so small? I'm making this hard for myself. There we go. But then I think that would be something nice and slightly asymmetrical for the silhouette, maybe. And you know, our designs don't have to be super realistic. You could even have like, you know, just like a little like other little like floaties of it around too. Just lean into having the cloud become an important part of the design or something. And then you've got some interest immediately. Asymmetry, now there's a little bit more intrigue. We might think that there's another angle to her. And then the earrings sort of are more integrated. So maybe, you know, these are fluffy, but maybe they're more weighted. They're not just circular pom-poms, they have sort of like a weight to the bottom of them. And then these socks down here are maybe a little bit more exaggerated in shape to match what we were doing. And then, you know, they feel a little bit cozy and warm and fluffy, you know? Act as a bonnet. Could also act as a bonnet, that's true. And then I see like there's these little like hearts down here that maybe, okay, if we want the hearts to be another part of it, we're going for sort of like the sweet angle, you know, could have like hearts as a part of this sort of headband accessory as well, if you really wanted to. Just so that they're repeated more throughout the design too. I think that would add some nice interest, perhaps. Cloud embroidery on the leg of the pants, perhaps on the left side. Yeah, or like, you know, if we're thinking about like an art teacher, maybe like patches would be cute too, where you could have like, you know, give like a slightly like darker color, but then you could have like, whoops, hang on, that's not a nice color. Like a patch of some sort, and then maybe I could do one in a different color, but then, you know, you get your little like stitch aspect. But if we're going for more of like the clean end, just having it be embroidered might be better. You know, here, let's do this maybe. I'll do like maybe something slightly more orange just to try it. Like on the knee or something. Repeating the clouds this much might not be good, but we're just sort of thinking through what we can do, add some more interest. Because I think sort of what we were getting at is that it just feels a little bit under-detailed. I generally like simplicity, like we don't have to overdo things, but I fear that, like we talked about with one of the other designs earlier, there's not really that much happening in this design that makes it something that you couldn't just buy the way that it is. It could be probably purchased from the store very easily by any of us exactly the way that it is. That is a critique of my own design as well, but it is a critique here nonetheless. Maybe a desaturated rainbow. Yeah, like we were saying, like hearts and stuff. Like you could have like, you know, like a darker, more saturated red, but like who's to say you couldn't have like, okay, here's an embroidered heart on like one pocket or something. It's not really a great way of me rendering embroidery. That doesn't really look like a heart, but like, you know, embroidered heart that is somewhere, or you can like embroider the clouds into things. Or other motifs, like the rainbow. Like you could have like the rainbow coming up out of the pocket or something. Whoops. Like a color like that, and then like whoop, red, orange, yellow, green, coming up out of the pocket. Just little things that add interest. You know, if we're going for like sky theming, we could add like a yellow button or something onto the chest that is then like, you know, like the sun. But then these are all just like cute little motifs that can add interest. Whoops, that sun is still way too close in color to see things around it. Let me make it brighter. This is kind of, we've sort of decided on a motif here that wasn't already a part of it. But these are just thoughts to take with you of if there's something else you would prefer to be your secondary motif as opposed to a cloud that is sort of in that fluffy zone. There could be other ideas potentially that would work well. Rumiyoko, hello, welcome in. Saw on YouTube a while ago, didn't know you were a streamer. I am! It is still, I need to do a better job getting myself out there perhaps, because there will be a number of people who come in and they're like, whoa, I like your new model. And I'm like, thanks, I'm glad you like it. I made it myself. But then I'm like, oh man, wait, I debuted this model like 10 months ago. I gotta get it out there more clearly that I'm here. I look different now. I stream. I do many things. Yeah. Also, Leah Nocturna, thank you for following, too. Rainbow leaving the pocket, then travels around the body to the other cloud. It could. There's a lot of cute things you could do with this design. Where, you know, just finding a secondary motif that'll make the outfit feel more specific. The other thing I saw people saying that I do agree with, I was gonna get there, I just hadn't yet, is this paintbrush and the scissors, despite the fact that they are probably scaled realistically for what we would expect, you know, based on how big your hands are, I can't really see them that well. And I feel like we could just exaggerate them a bit. Oops, hang on. So it's easier to see them from a distance. And then you could even have more tools on you if you really want to. Like you could have like a tape dispenser or like, you know those funny little staple removers? People used to stick them in their pockets where they'd like hang over the edge of their pocket, like stick like a paper clip or something on the pockets. There's all kinds of stuff that could probably be done here to just add like, you know, a little bit of interest and detail. Yeah, there you go. That's what a paper clip looks like for sure, right? Or like binder clips. That's another classic art studio thing to have because I tend to hang stuff up with them, but like, you know, binder clip, then with the little like, you know, thingamabob that looks like this, you know what I'm talking about? These little guys. All kinds of things that you could clip onto the clothing just to be little details, show the crafty and hardworking nature without making you inherently like messy. You just look like you have someone who has a lot of tools on them. You're always ready, right? Mayhaps. And I think that's all you really need in order to feel more specific. You have a fantastic foundation here that is very cute. You've done good work as far as blocking your colors out and making, you know, a lot of big shapes that make you read really clearly. Now it's time to break into some of those smaller details for sure, where it's just maybe picking a secondary motif and running with it and then adding more exaggeration and or just a little bit of detailing. Once again, also, this might be a good opportunity to look into real clothing. Also, where like, you know, where would there be like little like hem lines and stuff? Would there be like a hem down here and then you get that little like dash dotted line? You know, do you get like the dotted line through here on the pockets? Is this something where, you know, there should be like belt loops somewhere on it? Look at the real article of clothing that inspired this and see if there's anything you can take from that that just adds like little like subtle details, because those can go a long way to making something feel more full as far as design goes. Don't underestimate the power of some properly placed like fabric or like clothing construction locations. Yeah. Model's easy to recognize, saw mushroom hair and was like, hey, I saw you already. That's fair. I think I am the only one as far as I know. I think I'm the only mushroom haired VTuber I've seen. If you've seen one that has mushroom hair, let me know so that I can make friends with them. But I think as far as I'm aware, it is just me right now, at least. Been binging your streams on YouTube while I work. Finally caught a stream live. Well, welcome in. I'm glad you enjoy them. Yeah, VOD gang, let's go. Love to add tiny pink creature popping in my pocket. Reference to something in Adventure Time. See, that would be cute. Dandelion's also a good motif. Yellow works well with the pink, become puffy and soft. Yeah! If we need like alternate ideas for motifs, like a dandelion, both the yellow end and the like fluffy, wispy, like you can blow away, and could be good if you don't want to go for some of the sky themed stuff that I was going for. There's a lot of angles you could potentially pick. But I do like the idea. Someone said earlier about having like a scrunchie or something around the wrist. Maybe I'll take like this orange color. So that way you can pull your hair up if need be to avoid too much mess. That would honestly be a really cute toggle too. With this hair texture, I love the way that this hair is designed to have all these little negative space shapes inside of them. I think this is a good example of how to have long hair if you really want to, which is that this long hair isn't just becoming one big chunk in the silhouette. It is still giving us these interesting little places that it's playing positive negative space in a better way. More interesting. It's more distinct. It's more specific. We love to see it. So, do I have anything else off the top of my head. Because, I mean, we can do a silhouette check, but I think you can all see immediately that this is completely symmetrical, and it does currently, unfortunately, lack visual weight. I think that's my other critique here. Very symmetrical. Maybe needs some weight. I don't think I want to flare the pants out because I feel like that might look a little bit goofy. Just to try it and see. It might feel too much like a dress if I do that. But when I say there's no visual weight, I mean that if I hide that, the model feels more or less the same width and very rectangular, fully up and down the form. Like this, at least there's a little bit of an angle that kind of shoots the eye to look up the form a bit. Yeah, flying the pants is getting us a little bit more into apron territory, which isn't helpful. I see. What about flared ends? Could flare maybe just the ends of the pants. Almost like bell-bottom style. Might overlap a little bit. That might also feel kind of funny. But that does also provide a little bit of weight. That doesn't feel so much like an apron if I just flare the bottom. Maybe that's the angle for it. But I just want maybe a little bit more visual weight. And that could be all there is to it. Let me see if there's anything else. For asymmetry, most of my suggestion was just some stuff I was doing around the head. For somebody who's trying to give the more cozy, down to earth, everything's under control, like, I feel like the ASMR artist type vibe is kind of okay to be in association with symmetry, because symmetry does feel more, you know, resolved, feel more stable, all of those kinds of things. So I don't know if it bugs me as much here, for the same reasons as to why I am not very asymmetrical. It feels stable, just like there's stability in symmetry. So I'm not super bugged by it, but maybe we could use a little more just in like something on the head as a headband, or, you know, details inside the clothing. I think we're on the right track. Let me start grading here and see if I missed anything. For color, great question. Nobody asked a question. I asked the question, or I didn't ask the question. I thought the question. Color, not really any concerns. I feel like I don't see that many VTubers that have brown hair and brown eyes, especially in these sorts of like nice pastel shades, which makes this kind of memorable to me. I feel like so many VTubers have colored hair, white hair, it's me, or like really dark black hair. Not a lot of natural hair colors, or they're like real bright blonde sometimes. Like this nice pastel brown is not something I see a ton of, so I'm happy to see it. It's nice. So let me do that. So I would say full points on color palette here. I don't have any trouble. For silhouette, I think this might be the weakest area, unfortunately, or just because you're fully symmetrical and, oh, we didn't do a ladder. Let's do a ladder. I see you all reminding me. Thank you. Hang on. Oops, hang on, come on. Proper aim. There we go. These kind of add something. That adds a little bit. That line feels like it'll be important. And then like here, your bangs. And then all that stuff on top of your head wasn't there previous. So, I mean, I wouldn't say this is the safest ladder ever. We got some big gaps. We've got some miscellaneously sized gaps. These are all kind of similar in width, unfortunately. So maybe these pockets need to be higher or lower, and then maybe this cutoff here for the chest needs to be higher or lower, but this is kind of dangerously safe on the top, unfortunately. 50-50, yeah. Dangerously safe. Unfortunately safe on the upper half of the design. So maybe I might have to move this lower, unfortunately. Because not only is it completely symmetrical, but it is half of a climbable ladder, unfortunately. For complexity versus clarity, I think that's the other area we're missing the most, in that you just need more specificity. For focal points, your face is focal, but that's more so because there's not really, whoops, hang on, where are you? There's not anything sort of drawing me away from it, and your eyes are more detailed and rendering than anything else around it is. So I don't really have any concerns. What I've done, I kind of made these things a little too focal because they're the only elements that are different colors. But that could be balanced better, and that's my fault, that's not yours. So for focal point, I could give you full points. And then I can see all the things you're aiming for with your concept as far as, you know, like the soft and calm and, you know, hardworking, artist, those angles, I see them. We can push them a little more. We can push them a little more. I already took points off for wanting more in the complexity versus clarity area. But give me more. I want a little more, please. So what's our grade here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10, I believe. Correct me on my math if that wasn't right, but that seems right to me at least. That's not a legible color. Try again. There we go. Say the phrase, E.G. What phrase? What phrase? Say the phrase. Good work. Round of applause. Is that the phrase you want? Oh, is that the phrase? Yep. There you go. Round of applause for Chico, please. Good work, Chico. You are very cute. You just need a little push. You're almost there. You're like 60%, 70% of the way there in the design. Push. Push. You can make it. You can get to the destination. You got it. It is very cute, though. Good work. Let's see. Was there anything I should have checked off? Oh, I do have bingo. Shroommates, I have bingo. Hang on. I won. Did anyone else get bingo? I got bingo. I got bingo. Look at that. Wrong layer, Kronk. I suggested fashion research, free space. I changed the hair shape and we did a crop top. Let's go. Let's go. I got bingo. This is, I think, my second bingo. What happens when we get bingo? You get a fish cracker or maybe a cookie. These are all worthwhile prizes, I promise. You get the satisfaction of looking at interesting designs and seeing trends in them. Didn't we have needs more dirt for the Rockstar one? No, we didn't make it dirtier. Needs more dirt is if, like, I start tearing their clothes up more or putting, like, grunge on them. If we would have stuck a bunch of paint all over the last one, that probably would have been needs more dirt, but I don't count that for this one. Fish cracker? Yeah, fish cracker. Fish cracker. You may know them as goldfish crackers. They're just fish crackers to me. Oh, nice. There we go. Fish cracker, you summoned. You can, like, watch my hand go into the jug of fish crackers. I have fish crackers. I have many of them. Do you want some? I'll share. Bold and getting baby mouse looks. Oh, interesting. Top of your hair just appeared. It did. It seems to go missing when my merch toggle goes. I don't know where it goes when that happens. So let me see if I can get it back. Hello? Mignon. Oh. Hello? Oh no. What's happening? Hang on. I gotta reload my model. Vignon is like not right now. What is going on? Hello? It's like overlapping the edge of the screen in some way, and I don't know why. Hang on. Try this. There we go. Got it. Hair back. Love the fluffy hair, thank you. Squeegee, squeegee, ooh-wee. Squeegee, squeegee, ooh-wee. Looks okay to me. Soul Kingdom, did you eat my hair? Is that why you're saying that? Yeah, my onion was missing. You don't realize how important my onion is until it's gone. Ink hair, ink eyes, hiding in your French fries. We put it out earlier. Whoopsie. I missed it. I'm glad it's back though. I found it. Not the French fries. Cute fan art thing. What? Me hiding in someone's French fries? As Mikuiji? As Squiiji? Squeegee Coo? Join the clown Miku right now is very fitting. We talk about Miku often here. I'm excited you're working on Clown Miku. I can't wait to see. I'm so excited about the Clown Miku. I'm so excited. I gotta rein it in, but I'm so excited. This is Crystal Heart. She, her. Crystal Heart HD. My concept is an anti-Cupid. Was trying to go for a creepy cute vibe, kinda Monster High-ish, and very big cartoony eyes that look like crystal hearts / gemstones. as a pun for my name. I'm currently working on an upgrade, so your insight would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your consideration. Are your eyes crystal hearts? Oh, they are. Honestly, if you want your eyes to be crystal hearts, I would exaggerate the shape of them more. Because I wasn't really reading them as being hearts from a distance. You know, might need to make it, like, more angled. Like that. Oopsie, hang on, my mouse is not really working correctly. So I think now I can read that as a heart from a distance. I think that's a little bit clearer. I do appreciate the asymmetry happening in the hair, but I am worrying that we're getting a little bit of like a clarity situation down here where I don't think your hair needs to change back to being black in that area. I see you're trying to go like flip-flop back and forth. But I think, unfortunately, we're losing this end of your clothing because of it. Where maybe this side here could just be a darker pink instead of just being fully that like brown black color. Let me just try and see. Maybe it needs to be like this. Hang on, we're saturated. Maybe not that dark. And then I'd probably like gradate it in. But then that way, you know, we can still see that the hair is changing colors. But it's a little bit clearer. We can see that second wing on the side. Yes, this is interesting pupil, I would say. Unique pupils for the bingo, yes. Monster High, if Baby Mouse became an Anto Angel? What is Baby Mouse? I don't know, I'm not familiar with Baby Mouse. Chocolate with strawberry or ice cream? Maybe that's why I'm thinking of, for a second I wanted to make this chunk of hair white. And I think that might be why. I think it is because I'm getting sort of like an ice cream feeling. And maybe that would be like a cute secondary motif here would be, you know, maybe make this white. I'd have to change the background color so we can see it. Hello? There we go. White, and then, you know, the white is more distributed throughout the design and like, yeah, ice cream, Neapolitan ice cream. Now she's an ice cream. Because I think we just need white there, unfortunately, because I can't see, the clarity was just too strange. Hello. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's been a while. How have you all been in my absence? Have you been taking care of the shroom state while I've been away? Is there anything you'd like to tell me while EG is away? While EG is missing. I mean, they don't really tend to remember what goes on in their absence. If you need anything. What's up? Why have I been summoned here? Who needed me? Super Geekaris, hello? What is up? Stretch time? We could stretch. We can take this time to stretch. Fishcracker Halo? Yes, I am to many considered a god of many things. I am god of ladders. But I also have a minor domain over at least Fishcrackers as well. Is this a new Eldritch Terror separate from Boothulu? Boothulu is a fantastic name for Eldritch EG. We're one and the same. I take many forms though. You know how, let me think. Gods can appear before you under many circumstances. And it's not like any of these are inherently stronger than the others. They're just slightly different. Also, whoa. I can do newfound horrors with my hand tracking if I stretch. They're just hanging out over there for some reason. Stretch, unhinge your hip bones and remove your sternum for maximum stretch. Yes, do flip your entire torso backwards. I think that is good for you. God of Pie Crew. What is that? This is Eldritch EG. It's nice to meet you. Where are the ladders? They're not relevant right now. Fishcrackers are more important right now, of course. Is there an Eldritch EG square on the bingo? I feel like that might be a good one. Yoga these days is getting kind of out of hand. I can't keep up with it. It does concern me in some way. Bones are optional in stretching. That's true. If you shed your earthly ties, like bones, if you get rid of your bones, you can perform and achieve in the toppest tier of yoga. I fear that those bones are just holding you back, perhaps. I see you spinning. Elder, wait, what is this? Elder God of Fish Crackers? Would you mind if I made something for Mutton to wear in your honor? I would be honored if you would make clothing after me. For Mutton. The sheep, I guess, are loyal followers of mine. I appreciate it. Sure, why not? Thank you for the water. Eldritch gods even do need to hydrate still. Do the fish crackers have separate conscious from you, or are they all just you? No, they're me. They're not separate from me. They look like they're floating, but they are just as fleshy and mycelium-y as I am. You take a bite into this fish cracker, and it will hurt me. I will feel it. And it will be an unpleasant and spongy, mushroomy texture. I do not advise putting them in your mouth. It is not going to be what you expect. Makes me fish crackers for him. There you go. That's good. I hear sheep like fish crackers. Makes sense. I'm sorry that the glitch gave you a heart attack. I'm amazed that the glitch was what gave you the heart attack and wasn't me looking like I've been torn limb from limb and destroyed in every potential meaning of that word. Does your leg hurt? No. I mean, I am kind of immortal and impervious. I will feel it if you eat one of my fish crackers that are a part of my halo here, but it's not like it hurts inherently. Maybe it should, but it doesn't. But no, I'm fine. This is the way I'm meant to be. Ow. Little chai latte. I'll remember this. When the world turns to ash, I'll remember you. And you will go with them. You will go with the ash. Some of the shroommates who preserve me, who make offerings in my name, fish crackers, ladders. I can hear you. You can try and beat me down all you like. The world will turn to ash one day, and the mycelium will rise. We will take over the planet. And I'll remember this. When does this end? It's terrifying. Eventually. Eventually. EG won't even know what happened. I see you guys trying to make a mockery of me. I just know. It doesn't impact me. Yeah, you can't bring me down. Tables can hurt a god. They don't hurt me, but it's more about the intent. It doesn't wound me to have a table thrown at me. But it does show a clear sign of disrespect, unfortunately. Maybe. We'll work on that. We'll work on that. I do wonder why EG was celebrating in some way that on Wednesday they'll be free from the torture, free from the desks, free from all of those things. I am taking the blunt force of it for them, as I am immortal and cannot be harmed. Be nice to the EG. They are not immortal. They are just a little mushroom. Be nice to them. It hurts. You hurt them. Hello? Thanks for the fish crackers. Oh, I'm Miku. That's nice. Hi, what's going on? Rumiyoka, thank you for following. Tables can hurt a god? Can they? I don't think they can, right? I don't know. I could be injured. Finally normal? I'm never normal, just know that. The fish crackers will stay here apparently for a while though. I don't know what they're about. They are here. Thank you for rotation. Fish cracker beard. It does look like I have some sort of like lichens growing on me or something. I look like one of those Pirates of the Caribbean situations. You see that one fish cracker that's also not attached to my head? What is it? It's like not moving. Anyways. Hi, Crystal Heart. We got distracted. I don't know what happened, but the thing we were kind of getting at here is that maybe this white color will be nice for the design. You already have white down here in your ankles and you have it for your halo. Maybe just a little more. And then similarly, I feel like some of the aspects of your design, the level of exaggeration of them doesn't match the level of exaggeration in other areas, where this bow here on your neck is so tiny. The details are so small compared to other parts of your design, where if I make it maybe that big, I would say that works a little bit better. So I can see that ribbon from a distance. It's a little more exaggerated for shape. They may not hurt a god, but boy will they remember you for throwing one at them. What'd you do? Did you invoke the ire of Eldritch EG? What'd you do? That's your problem, honestly, though. Not my problem. I will be safe. Eldritch EG will spare me for sure. They need me. They need my body. The rest of you, who knows? I see a lot of fish crackers in the chat, so they'll probably spare. Eldritch EG will probably spare some of you, but not all of you. Gotta be good. Gotta be good little shroommates. Who worship them for ladders to be dangerous and fish crackers to be tasty, yeah. Fish crackers to be nice and crunchy. If your fish crackers don't have the right crunch to them, it's probably because Eldritch EG is mad at you. In all likelihood. So, make that bigger. This bow on the side of the head, the shape of it is a little bit weird to me. It feels... Oh, that's not a word I should use. I'm not gonna use that word. Flat. It feels droopy. I almost used a strange medical terminology word that wouldn't have been sensible here. Huh? Cultmates are safe? The cultmates aren't real. I don't know what you mean by that. Got our card on green. YouTube was good. It seems YouTube was very good. YouTube, thank you guys for being kind to Eldritch EG. You guys are always well behaved. This is why I'm not nervous for Wednesday. If you guys come, I'm not nervous. I know you guys will do great. But anyways, hang on. Nope. That doesn't need to be locked. Give your bow like a more bow-like shape. It had sort of like a weird shape to it. And then I feel like we should be able to see the other half of the bow coming out from behind it. Another win for high contrast eyes. That's true. For focal point, this is another win. I agree with that. This bow, I'm not really sure how is attaching either. And the hair, I feel like, doesn't really look like it's coming out from behind properly. We can exaggerate these strands also. Do you see how there's these little strands that are poking out off the side of the head? They could be adding a lot more positive negative space interplay, where I can go like this and then like give it some weight on the bottom. And now that's adding a lot more to the silhouette. Do you see the difference there? Oops, there's other things happening on this layer, but I think that's helping us a little bit. This white, I probably would need to shade into something darker because it is just pure white for some reason. Not entirely certain why I did that. Here, if I airbrush something on it so that it looks like it's going back in space and has depth, that works a little bit nicer. YouTube is just chill space, except the time they burn the classroom down, don't it happen that time? That's true, actually, wait, thank you for reminding me. They did burn my classroom down. They did attempt to, at least. I did forget. Thank you for reminding me. I think there was a couple of very specific fellows who were doing that, and I do have their names on a list. I'll remember. YouTube isn't always good, but they're often good. And specifically, yeah, like Moss Cake and Callie, I know it's not you usually. You guys are well involved. Yes, Soul Kingdom. I know who it was. Don't worry. When I say YouTube, you know who you are. If you didn't do it, you know. Bow is mimicking the heart shape. The bow can still mimic the heart shape, but it felt sort of strange in the way that it was implemented. And then hear me out. I like halftones. I see this halftone back here in the hair. I like it. However, the hair, for how high contrast the rest of this design is, I fear that the hair is shaded too lightly. So there's not a lot of clarity happening, where if I just go like this and add deeper drop shadows under things in here, it'll add a lot of clarity for us, where like, we should have some shading here perhaps. And, like, maybe there'd be some here. Bear with me, I will make it less. It's probably just a little too intense right now. But just so we can get the idea of it, there's just a lot of shapes here that we really can't tell the difference of because there's not a lot of contrast for them. There we go. So don't be as dark. But like that. Now I can see from a distance that the hair has volume and shape to it. It feels a lot less flat. And just a little. That's all it takes. Just a little. And you could even like blur some of this out. It doesn't have to be rendered as harsh as I have it. But it can go a long ways for legibility, for our ability to read things. And then opposite for this darker area, usually I like spot blacks, but I fear that the hair is all just too compressed in value. You either need a darker tone or you need lighter tones, where, this highlight color, I almost wonder if it could just be the bulk of the hair, and then you go like one step lighter than that for those little heart shadow or highlights you have. Was that rated? I heard a noise. Crispy owl? Wow, lots of owls today. A lot of hoot. Hello, Raiders. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. Welcome me in. Today we are critiquing Vtubers who are pink, as it so happens. So I hope you had a good stream. Let me grab a shout-out situation here. There we go. Whoops, that's not it. Hang on. That didn't work. Hang on, try again. There we go. Nailed it. Meta Knight, thank you for following. What are you guys up to for stream? Let me see. Can I snoop? Sons of the Forest. Oh, that's the new Forest game. I played the original The Forest game. I don't know why I'm saying it like this. The Forest game. Oh, played some Blue Prince. Oh, so not The Forest. It's lying to me. Blue Prince is so peak? What is Blue Prince? I have not heard of this before. Based on name, it sounds like it might be like visual novel? Question mark? I'm not sure though. But I'm glad you had a time with it. That sounds like fun. If you or your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snark me-meing, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, we do appreciate it. But please prioritize looking after yourself. It's a puzzle roguelite. Puzzle exploration game, feels roguelite. Missed Outer Wilds. Really? Interesting. Been reporting it's very good. Huh. You've just said all the magic words that make me personally interested in it. Outer Wilds is one of my favorite games of all time. I love a nice roguelite, and I also like those kind of things. Squeiji, yeah, I'm intrigued. Huh. What is it called? Blue Prince? I'm gonna write that down. That's like, sounds like the exact kind of game I like to play. I like puzzles. Blue Prince. Well, thank you for alerting me of it. I'm glad you guys had fun with it. I'll have to check that out. Intriguing. I learned a lot. There we go. So, hair. Hair needed more contrast here. And then we could bring those little hearts back that were in the highlights. That's not a heart. What is that? And just make them brighter, essentially. But then the hair feels like it has more volume to it instead of feeling so flat, right? Make EG play Viewfinder one day? What is Viewfinder? I don't know. Heard Blue Prince and Outer Wilds described as knowledge-vania? Oh my god, that's a wild phrase. I kind of love that though. I like games that the whole concept of them is sort of pursuit of knowledge. But that's so goofy. All of the like genre categories I feel nowadays are so goofy. Have you seen the people who call like Repo and Lethal Company and stuff like that? They call it friend flop or friend slop or something, where it's like collab slop. It's such a like they have such a silly name for it. I think it's so funny, but yeah, friend slop. That's so goofy to me. It's just collaborative multiplayer games. They're just goofy. It was for people who weren't happy with the fact that that's become such like a copy-pasted kind of game. I don't care. It's still fun the 500th time for me. Puzzle game, you have to take pictures to find the right angle. Oh, wait, Hoshi, I think I remember seeing something about that. Is that the one where none of you are as into Vinesauce as I tend to be? Is that the game that Vinny Vinesauce turned the audio off for immediately? There's like a viral clip of him, I think, turning the audio off. But that might be the game that it was, because I think that was another one of those like games where you like take photos and you can like move through the photos or something. I can't remember, but that sounds similar to it. Don't know. That's okay. Somehow I'm the only Vinesauce knower here. Yes, kind of. Maybe it is the same one. Interesting. No, we're not talking about Repo Genetic Opera. Remember seeing something like that? Okay, maybe that is the case. Maybe that was what it was. I thought it was funny. I thought that was a little too much. Oh man, that was a little exaggerated, but interesting. One day, Gamer EG will return, but that day hasn't come yet. When was the last time I played a game on stream? Unclear. Take a picture at a certain angle, it fixes props and shadows at that angle in 3D or something. Yeah, I think that might be the game. That might be what it is. Huh. Interesting. Noted. I don't know when the last time I played a game was, so maybe we're about due for me to play a game. It might be Roblox. It's crazy. I feel like if you told most VTubers that, like, you have to go a month without playing a game, they would probably lose it. They'd probably be so scared. They would not know what to do with themselves, but with me, it's like, when was the last time I played a game? I have no clue. I don't even know even slightly. Oh, Meta Knight, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, for 3 months. Thank you. Very kind of you. Gamer EG coming back? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I still have, I believe... Wait, do I? We are gonna do Minecraft. We did earn the Minecraft server. I am working specifically to Wednesday. Hopefully getting the Minecraft server functional. I've been struggling with it. I feel very old trying to get Minecraft server working for us. It's not an SMP, there's no like roleplay or anything. It's just more so we can play it together. And we can have like a shared space that we can do like we can make little art things and build houses and stuff like that. Yeah, and we will get the Happy Ghast update potentially for it because it's not finished yet. So it will be the most recent version of Minecraft. It just isn't done yet. All the things I thought I knew about making servers are not true anymore, unfortunately. A lot has changed since the last time I made a server. Could ever go over a month without a game? Don't have anything to do, so I need games. I mean, for me, I found my own angles of art and critique and talk about games and stuff like that. But like, I play games sometimes. I played Against the Storm last night. Play Eve with Joby. Actually, that's kind of it. I play games with Billy sometimes. We'll play like Roblox or like Fortnite or something, but I'm not much of a gamer, surprisingly. Are you running the server locally or with a server provider? It's probably gonna be run locally, which is probably going to be interesting. We'll see, we're still figuring out. Did you need help? I used to work on Minecraft servers. Billy is going to be my point of problem solving here, because Billy also has experience working on Minecraft servers. We're figuring it out. So hopefully it'll be soon, theoretically, but it's just one of those things where I took on too many projects all at once as a result of the donathon. Do I regret it? No. But it is just taking a while, and I do feel bad that it's taking so long, and I appreciate that you're all patient with me. Minecraft server? Yeah, there'll be a Squiiji, there'll be a Shroomate Minecraft server one of these days, mayhaps. And yes, the idea is that there probably will be a couple of mods and maybe a texture pack or something. Is it on Bedrock or Java? Great question, that actually hasn't been answered yet. It probably will be Java, potentially. A third-party intermediate service for doxing and DDoS protection. Oh boy, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I don't know what I'm doing. I tried to set it up twice and failed spectacularly. So we're doing attempt 3. I want it to be cool and nice once we can finally have it. I'll make it work, but I appreciate your patience with me in the meantime. Anyways, I do need to focus because we are getting down to our last hour here. I'm just gonna outline this so that way I can see it against the skin because it is the white color. But it'll happen. We'll see. We'll see. Peer-to-peer isn't very safe. I mean, here's the good news. I don't have anything on my computer that poses me any risk, other than I guess you knowing where I live. But I live in a city, and it's not that pinpointed of when you find people's IP addresses. It wouldn't be my exact house. Like, I don't have anything that points to who I am as a real person on my computer. So, that would be good at least, but we'll figure it out. Who knows? I'll figure it out. That's a thing for another time for me. Merge account's not needed. So, concept. Creepy cute. Pun from name. Anti-Cupid. So, I think if you're going to be an anti-Cupid, you should have a bow. Right? Am I the only one that feels that way? I feel like for a accessory, you should have a bow. And then also, I want your halo to not be as far down on your head. I want this to add more to your silhouette, so I'm gonna move it. like up here or something so that it floats a little bit more. I like that it's shaped like a heart though. I appreciate that thought. Let me, hang on, clean up this first modification here. There we go. So like the head should end here. I actually don't want it to overlap the head at all, so that way it's just entirely for the sake of silhouette, pretty much. There we go. There we go. There we go. I almost made it a tangent accidentally, but it's just the glow that's overlapping. But then it's more involved in the silhouette. Honestly, you could even do, if you wanted to, like the little like angel wings or something with it that are like floating above the head too and glowing. I'm not gonna give them a glow effect right now, but just for the idea's sake of it. And then I feel like you should have something in relation to like the bow. If anti-Cupid, why not BR? Shield to defend others from Cupid? Maybe. I mean, anti-Cupid should be the opposite of a bow. Well, what is the opposite of a bow? That's like saying what is the opposite of an apple? Oh yeah, wait, this could have spikes. It could have like drip to it also. It could be a little drippy. So that it kind of mimics the, oops, stuff that's happening in the bodice, right? Might be too much, but just a little bit of that might be nice for some of that fallen aspect as well. Saw the broken heart, but perhaps more a shield to defend from bows. I guess opposite of long range bow would be short range, maybe a knife. The funny thing, it's like when people say it's like apples and oranges, they're both fruit. Like it's hard to have opposites if they're concepts, but I could see a shield being potentially a good option here, where I don't know what we mean as far as anti-Cupid is. Is this somebody who is against the concept of love, is preventing people from falling in love? The opposite of Cupid, like, or is this someone who is instead making people hate each other as the opposite of Cupid? Which angle would that be? Opposite of apple is banana, that's what my heart says. What? Huh? I don't know about that. I know people who say the opposite of apple is pear because it's green and a different shape, and I'm like, I don't know. Confusing. Broken heart says to me, breaking up couples that are already in love makes couples divorce. Yeah, maybe opposite of apple is door frame. If we're in reverse 1999, true. Opposite of apple is Elpla. Divorce papers is a weapon. Cute breaks up couples and makes them hate each other. So if that is the angle, I don't know if that is the shield would work then. Maybe it would still need to be a weapon of some kind, perhaps. Oh yeah, Chris, take care of yourself. I didn't do my eat, drink, snark, me. Please do your eating and your drinking and your snark, me-ing, you and your fellows. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around, I appreciate it, but please look after yourself first and foremost. I appreciate the kind words, thank you. Also think breaking people up, heart axe maybe? Whoa. The axe is such like a good like yandere type of weapon, where this character does give me a little bit of the if I can't have you, no one else can kind of vibe. Big wet blanket of a weapon, breaking people up, water gun, waking them up, ruining their love. Hammer for breaking rose-colored glasses. Some interesting things, yeah. Unreciprocated love and vengeance, since Cupid's brother is like that. Got a goopy aesthetic. Chainsaw weapon for good weapon. There's a lot of potentially interesting weapons we could choose here, but maybe the overarching note here is pick a weapon that is maybe not a bow. Oh, a whip. Oh. That might have other implications, but I guess that is seen as the other side where, like, you know, as far, like, a bow is still aggressive, but like a whip is like a thing that is maybe associated to be done without love? Question mark? I don't know. Slingshot, shotgun. Oh my god. Whip would shape the vibes astronomically. Big scissors. I saw somebody also say scissors for the sake of like cutting the string of fate maybe, That could be an interesting angle. Like a giant pair of big snippy scissors, so that way, you know, you're severing the ties that exist. Lasso t-shirt cannon. Okay, I'm losing you. I'm losing you now. I think the scissors are genuinely a good idea, perhaps. Mace. Yeah, I think the scissors might be good thematically. 'Cause if we're going, you know, Cupid. Yeah. Maybe scissors would be my recommendation. And like, we're talking big, like, give me like, change the canvas size here so I can draw big scissors. I want big scissors. We are not going to be underdoing our scissors. Exaggerate them. I want, like, why is my marker in the wrong place? Come back. There you go. Anything on this layer? No, okay. So I want like scissors that are almost like, that's what scissors look like, right? But then, you know, we can make them like ornate and design them up. I'm not looking at what scissors look like. They're kind of like, right? No, wait, hang on. They hit this angle on the other side of them, actually. Yeah. Scissors. Can you tell I have borderline aphantasia? Scissors look like. And then you could have like, you know, your heart in the center and make it broken, and then make it the teeth, like, not teeth, the like individual pieces like drip with the goo, and they could be like ornately designed up. You know, maybe you give it like, there's that like thumb rest. This might be too big for what I'm trying to do here. The thumb rest could be designed to almost be like wings or something, right? You know how they have that one little hook on them often? Things like that would be very neat for prop design here. And then you could even have it so that there's like some sort of like red string, like your character's wearing these little almost red cross links on the torso. Maybe we can see that these are those strings of fate or something, and that they've been severed. Like, what do they say? What do they usually do for string of fate? They like tie it to the pinky or something. And then it could have like a really like jagged end to it, and then the rest of it is attached to the scissors, like they were the ones that severed it or something. Right? Yeah. Make the handles look like hearts, make the blades very jagged like a broken heart. Yeah, those could all be options too. These are all ideas. Yeah. Oh, tied to ring finger. That would make more sense than pinky. I was thinking pinky because of like promise, but I guess ring finger because of marriage. Scissors are broken hearts too. Yeah, like, this is just first thoughts of that. Like, you know, this could be like, you know, if this is like one half of it, the scissor. Like that, and then, you know, there's the blade, and then the other side does the same thing. So that way together, if they were to like be closed, this would form into a broken heart then. These are like the most disproportionate, strange, whack, jank scissors I've ever drawn, but like, you get the idea. That could be an option. Then you could still keep your little like wing thing coming off of it. Should just Google what scissors look like. Oh, is it pinky in Japanese culture? Okay, maybe I wasn't entirely like in the dark there on that one. Maybe there was a reason why I was thinking that. I could see that. Scissors are broken hearts too. Yeah, like, there's a number of ways we could design up an accessory for this that could be quite neat. This, I can't look at this. This is so incorrect. That is the ultimate artist test. Move over bicycle, because I can apparently draw bicycles, but scissors is where I draw the line, apparently. Bike, easy. Scissors, no clue. This kind of resembles a scissor. This thing doesn't. But yeah, then like, you know, you get a drip or something. Many ideas, many possibilities here. Handful of ripped out arrows. If scissors can make the handles to house broken heart, yeah. Yeah, I feel like a prop would be very nice here. We've got some ideas rolling for props that I think would push us in the right direction. Prop would be very nice to sell your broken heart angle more distinctly. Draw a jet engine from memory. Oh god. I have been wanting to have a stream where you guys just make me draw things from my memory as best as I can. Like, we'll take some in advance and then we'll vote on which ones for me to try and draw live. So that way you guys can fully see the extent of me not having visual memory at all. I haven't figured out how to execute that yet, but I feel like that'd be really funny. That'd be next week. Too soon. I don't have it solved. Draw yourself from memory? I can't even draw Squiiji from memory half the time. I don't have visual memory, so I'm not very good at drawing stuff from that, which is kind of the whole bit. Dot the line? Dot what line? Oh, you mean like the chord? Like that? Interesting. Perhaps. Draw Gary from memory. Why can't I see him right now? I can turn my model off when we eventually do that as a topic and try and draw myself from memory. Or draw Gary from memory, and we'll see how it goes. I've looked at these two enough that it might be good, but like for things where like I know what a plane looks like. Can I draw a plane? No. Fix and Field, thank you for following. But anyways, back to this design. So I think we can get this one and one more in today before we run out of time. Concept-wise, we want a little bit more. We're seeing the broken heart angle, but we are not maybe getting the anti-Cupid angle as strongly. Definitely the shoes are helping, but I fear that that's a concept that we definitely need the accessory to get, and like the dead wings are helping a little bit. But I see the influence of like the Monster High and big cartoony eyes. Those work for me at the very least. Yeah, I can see my model. So like you guys are up here. I have OBS up here where I can see you. You, Twitch chat, are right here. YouTube chat, you're over here. And then internet over there. Tablet down here, but like I can see myself in my OBS overlay. I'm really small, so I can't really see myself with much detail, but I can see myself at least, so I can tell if I'm like have tracking and stuff, yeah. Legs feel empty. The legs do feel kind of empty, but for the sake of the ladder test, that might actually be good. There's a lot of detail happening in the torso, where putting stuff in the leg might overcomplicate just a little bit. Let me turn that off. Let's see. Let me draw a ladder. Squeegee, squeegee, ooh-wee-oo. Lots of squeegee ooh-wee-oo today. We're in a Miku Monday mood. Oh my god, Miku Monday. Why have I never done a Miku design rating or tier list stream? I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. It's been right there in front of me this whole time. Oh my word. It'd be so hard to pick which ones to do, but oh man, that'd be so good. Write that down. We need to have a Miku Monday. Miku Monday. It's written. Don't worry. It's been written. It's gotta be real. I'll make it happen. All portals are open in my brain. Now I'm thinking with portals. I cannot believe I never thought of doing that before. What is up with me? Come on, EG, you got this. Miku Monday, we're all design Mikus together. Pick one Project Diva game outfits. Oh, that's a good way. Doing Project Diva outfits. All her main box art. Oh, Brendan, that's a good idea. Main box art. Ah, see, that's smart. Thank you for the idea. There are some, however, that like I would really want to include where she's had some really good like designs for MVs that are like originals that I would want to include though, which is the trouble. But I guess those aren't official, so I would feel bad critiquing them because that is just one guy's design for their own song. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about how I would do the critique. Yeah, the Pokemon Mikus, those are also so fantastic. Popular song ones, maybe I could. Statues, yeah, maybe ones that are official figures would be a good way to vet it. We'll have to work on this. We'll workshop the idea. I'll talk with my Miku sources and see if there's a good way of doing it. All Pinocchio P Mikus, I could rate them by that. Could rate all the Vocaloids. Oh man. If I just did all the Vocaloids in their base designs, that'd probably be the simplest way of doing it. But I fear that their base designs are kind of basic for me, unfortunately. It's okay. Critique the Miku design winners. Yam and I don't want to critique the design winners for that one, because that's kind of not people. We're not wanting people to sign up for the sake of critique, more so for the sake of having fun and creating something. I don't know. Rate the Fortnite Miku skin. Oh, my thoughts on the Fortnite Miku skin. I don't like her. That's not my Miku. I don't know what they did to her. Her facial proportions are strange. I didn't want to like post a thing on Twitter about me fixing her, but I did, for my own sake, make an edit of her. I'll have to find it and show you maybe. It's not right. Her face is strange. Her hair isn't right. It's not right for me. I don't know. Feel the same too. I only did box art. Felt bad rating someone's interpretation. Yeah, I don't want to rate someone's interpretation of her. But the official art is at least commissioned art that went through a lot of people for, you know, like, approval. So it's not just one person's work, and it is shaped by, you know, whatever the corporate or art director wanted. So there's layers to it, which makes me feel differently about critiquing it, at least. Hi, Haunted Butter. Fortnite Miku, her models all have strange anatomy. They do all have some strange anatomy, but her face was just not right for me. We'll see. Yeah, it does kind of look like a Miku cosplay. It's strange. Miku models from official concerts. Oh, that might be a good idea too, Sillying. That might be a good idea for which ones we could pick from. I'm taking notes. I'm taking what you're putting down. Miku crits. They will happen eventually. I promise. They have to. Do you like critique 2D design, or do you also critique 3D VTuber design? Both. You're welcome to submit 2D or 3D designs or PNG tubers, any of those things. If you consider yourself a VTuber, your design is applicable. It's more so about design than it is about medium or the critiques. If you have a character design, you can submit it. I don't know why I said all that so fast, but... But anyways, this one. We got distracted. I was trying to do a ladder. Kind of a visual line there, kind of a visual line here. One here, like the shoulders kind of have one, the necklace is kind of one. The eyes, the halo kind of gives two. And then that is kind of like a diagonal there, maybe? Ladder. Looked it up, and her Fortnite skin makes her look like she isn't Japanese anymore. Hard to pinpoint why she feels off, but maybe that. It's her eye shape and it's her head proportioning for me. I'll see if I can dig up my edit of her. I'll put it in the Discord server maybe later, but I made an edit of her because Billy and I were talking about it, where I was like, all she needs is just like a little reproportioning in her face. And I think that's it. Dangerous ladder? I agree. I don't mind the gap in the legs, for as much as it feels like there could be something more interesting maybe added in that area to fill that space. I fear that adding something might just be too much visually. And for how much is happening elsewhere in the outfit, we kind of need an area of rest, maybe. And less interest. We don't really want to be looking at the legs anyway for a long time. Fortnite characters and pop culture characters from the lines. One day we'll talk about Fortnite characters, because I actually genuinely like a lot of their character designs, but sometimes they don't hit, unfortunately. Yeah, she looks like a cartoon character, that's why. She looks too cartoony and not anime-y enough. And there's a way to do cartoony Miku and have it work, but I don't know if that's it. I don't know. But this design. It is quite symmetrical, other than the bow. The halo adds some asymmetry. Having, like, the red string of fate dangling from one hand might work. I saw someone say, was it Hoshi? That we could maybe wrap this string from the finger around, what layer is this on? This one? Wrap it off of the finger down around one of the legs, which might be kind of nice. Just as, like, a moment of interest, you know? And then it kind of, like, you know, like, spirals around and then is sort of, you know, frayed at the end. That could be an interesting way of adding some sort of interest to the leg that adds a little asymmetry, adds some interesting silhouette also, mayhaps. Arrow cutout, simple change that's not too eye-catching, I think. Maybe. You could do something... Well, I mean, the trouble with having a cutout on this is going to be that this is so dark, the skin color is so light. So maybe if we used the pink, it wouldn't be as intense, but, like, yeah, there could be, like, parts or broken hearts or something cut out on the sides. But honestly, I don't find myself needing something there particularly. Or the red strings more, maybe. These already feel like red strings happening here. Maybe they just need to be bigger. You know, you could have like... that be like little ribbons almost. That's not the only place it's happening. Or like you could even have like a smaller secondary ribbon on this ribbon. And just adding more detail. It's kind of overwhelming right now, the color I've chosen, but there could be another way of executing it that feels less high contrast and overwhelming. String was there more, didn't notice it when I first came in. That was our edit too. The string isn't a part of the original design. We were adding it so that we can get sort of like the broken string of fate aspect of being sort of an anti-Cupid in here. Not sure that's the perfect way of showing the anti-Cupid angle, but it is a step in the right direction for concept, at least. Pink, like the boot top, just there's a little more pink. Yeah, maybe all it is just like another like something in here. Oops, not in that color though. Like in this color. Speaking of Miku, Miku has like weird indiscernible shoes slash boots slash something, but like, you know, and then, you know, maybe it just has like, you know, like a detail or something on it so we can tell that these are shoes in some capacity. Broken bow. Yeah, we were talking about some weapon options. We were thinking scissors for cutting the red string. Please ignore my horrible rendition of what scissors look like. But broken bow could maybe be good if we're preventing it. She's an anti-Cupid, she could have her halo broken in half. I was going to suggest maybe having the halo split. So that it's not full, and then you could even make like the dips for the heart deeper. Where it's not touching, and that could work potentially. There's a lot of potential options here to further the concept. And I think we've felt our way through a number of them. Let me see rubric thoughts. Color palette. Some areas are too low contrast for me, with the hair especially. And then you've got some dark on dark and some areas where you don't have a like mid-tone in the hair. Everything's just too dark. So I might give you 1 point for that. You need to increase the highlights in the hair so that you have a mid-tone. Just make your highlights your mid-tone color for the hair. And then add a new highlight color. Add another shade color for the pink hair then. And I don't know if the final thought would be making this area down here white. But unfortunately, as it was, the black was getting lost in the hair and getting lost in the wings. It was just not working for clarity's sake. Is white the best option? Maybe not, it's not perfect, but it does sort of work in the right direction. For silhouette, your silhouette was a little bit lacking. The only asymmetry was having this one bow sticking off the side of your head. We added a bunch of miscellaneous stuff to it with raising the halo, making the bow bigger, adding more to these little ribbons down here, adding a ribbon that goes around the legs. The scissors, if they're included, would add to the silhouette because other than your hair, you are very symmetrical. And for something that is an anti-Cupid, Cupid is like, you know, perfect and beautiful and lovely and, you know, instilling all these fantastic good feelings, which is something associated maybe with stability and wholeness. This is somebody who is broken. She's so sad. More chaos in the silhouette, perhaps, would be what I would like. For complexity versus clarity, we were adding a little bit, and the clarity stuff is all coming down to those color choices, so I don't want to take too much off for it. For focal points, your big old beautiful blue crystalline eyes are drawing me right in. They're working fantastically, as they should. I feel like as we get further into the critiques, I'm seeing more and more people who are kind of innately doing the thing of making their eyes a contrasting color, and I'm like, good, good. Are you listening to me, or did you figure out yourself? Either way, I'm proud of you. I'm so happy to see it. I'm so happy to see it happening more and more. It works so nicely. And then concept and motifs. I can see the influences of like Monster High, and I can see some of the Cupid touches to it, but I feel like it could be clearer just a bit, which is why we were trying to add some other aspects to it to clarify the concept. But honestly, it's not a super easy concept to convey anyway. Trying to convey the opposite of something that has known iconography for it. So therefore, by doing the opposite of it, you may distance yourself too far from the initial reference point. Or just by breaking those, it may feel corny. So I think you've done a decent job at pointing us in the right direction, but there's some other things we could do to make it clearer, perhaps. You'd use the red in your eyes supposed to mimic tear ducts. Red in my eyes. Oh, do you mean the orange trim I have around my eyes? That's just so that my eyelids and my eyeline and my iris merge a little bit when I have my eye open all the way. It makes it less weird for me. When I have my eyes open, I tend to have my eyelid not touching my iris at all, and it makes it less creepy. It kind of blends my eye into my sclera more. I don't think it's meant to be tear ducts, though. I just have blushy, though. Not Cheeto dust? No, I don't have Cheeto dust on my face or in my eyes. No, that's not hygienic. I don't even eat Cheetos. Who do you think you are? Wrong cheddar flavored snack. Again, first actual stream, but have been falling asleep to the VTuber critiques. Also helps with motivation for my graphic design classes. Oh, I'm glad. I'm honored to be a thing people listen to fall asleep. I'm glad you've been enjoying them. Personally, Monster High is high camp. Could stand to be more detailed and indeed camp. That is true. Could be more campy. Maybe that's just a note of if you really want to go down the Monster High route, more camp. More campy. I don't know if people know what that phrase means, but like more over the top, more exaggerated, not being afraid to lean into things that are generally considered corny or mismatched or like sort of like fringe fashion choices. Those could all be useful here potentially. I can see that. But I think that's a fair grade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10, right? Is there Taki dust in your eye? No, but that has happened to me before, unfortunately. I say this with all love in my heart. Joby can probably hear me. I've recently been converted to doing this, which I'm not proud of, but Joby likes to eat snacks in bed. And I did do this recently. But once upon a time when Joby was living somewhere else, they ate Takis in bed and it got on the pillow and it did get in my eye off the pillow and I was really upset. I was really upset about it. It hurt real bad. So we don't do Takis in bed, but we did eat soft pretzels in bed like 2 days ago. So I don't give Joby a hard time for it. I've been kind of converted to the way it is comfy and cozy, but I don't like crumbs. I hate crumbs. Crumbs in the bed, bleh, 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 gross. I don't like crumbs, period. But crumbs in the bed, awful, abysmal, bad, not good, icky. Keep crunchy out of my comfy space. No, I know, I agree with you for the most part, but I am kind of adapting. But when you have a partner you love and cherish very much, you want to try things their way. You want to adapt, and I don't want to just give Joby a hard time about it without trying it myself. And also, like, I don't try and change people that much. Joby keeps them off my side of the bed, and that's all I can ask for. Soft pretzels in bed sounds amazing. They are. I don't know. I live on the East Coast, so I do live in the zone where you can get the Wawa. You can get the Wawa in the zone where I live, and their soft pretzels are so good. They're so good. They have no right to be that good. They're yummy. I did not live in a Wawa zone for a very long time, and now that I do, it's nice. It's so convenient. I love it. I can get my icy, I can get my whatever beverage I want. You can order food. They're magical places. The Wawa. I do like Sheets, but the Wawa is magical. Also, the reason why your glass is orange because the cheese dust stain on them? No. My glasses are orange because I like Bash the Stampede. That's the real reason. My glasses are orange because of Bash the Stampede. I like Trigun. No Wawa where I live? What is a Wawa? Wawa is a gas station that sells made-to-order food. Strange combo, I know. But it's like really good food. They have like actual like grills and stoves and stuff in there. The food is good. And like surprisingly kind of affordable. You can get like beverages and all kinds of stuff like that. It's nice. I appreciate being near them. Also, they're open really late at night. So like if you need somewhere to go to eat when it's like 11 p.m., you can go order a sandwich at the Wawa and you'll have it within like 10 minutes. It's fantastic. It's amazing. Yeah, Sheets is kind of similar. It's the genre of gas station you can buy food at. Sheets is like the fried food equivalency. Royal Farms is the chicken equivalency? I've never been to a Royal Farms. I know they exist. I will eat things. Wawa's its name. It has to do with geese, but I don't remember the whole lore. I knew at one point. But that's the lore that I know of it. Is Wawa its name? So, yeah, it is. Wawa is an East Coast thing. I don't know how far of the East Coast it's in, but I know it's in, like, I believe it's in, like, it's in Connecticut. I know it's in New York, it's in Pennsylvania, it's in New Jersey, it's in Maryland, it's in Delaware. It's also in Florida. Native American word for goose. Ah, there we go, hell yeah. I thought it was something like that, but I couldn't quite remember. Interesting, neat. It also used to be a dairy, I think. Like Buc-ee's. I don't know anything about Buc-ee's. I know it exists, and I know it's got a very endearing mascot. I don't know what Buc-ee's is. I've never been somewhere where they have that. Oh, did we do a round of applause? Can we do a round of applause for Crystal Heart? I can't remember. I got distracted thinking about Wawa. Thinking about food and stuffed pretzel and Taki dust in my eye. But roommates, can we get a round of applause here for Crystal Heart, pretty please? You're very cute. Once again, we gotta push it to the limit, cause we're in it to win it, oh yeah. You're good, no need for sorries, you're good. Live in the Midwest, middle of nowhere. Ah, that's fair. That's fine. Give me a round of applause. And then, final, I believe, is Picto Shaman. Picto Shaman, is this current or updated? I didn't see another one under the same submission name, but this is like real early. This is in like the 200 range. So if you have something more updated, you are welcome to send it to me. But this is Picto Shaman. This was the tag you gave for it, but I think there were two. Is the outfit weak? Are the back ears too long? How's my silhouette? Good questions. I'm gonna eat a fish cracker while we ruminate. Fun tail, right? Wow, / positive. Well, sort of, but I still use this one. Okay. Is there an updated version of the design that you would prefer we look at that would be more helpful to you, or is this one still okay for us to look at? Is the question here. Where do you submit your designs for these kinds of things? ! Critique. There's a form you can submit your designs to. It does work on YouTube. You can do the commands on both YouTube and on Twitch. Sitting on your tail is pretty based. Yeah, it's kind of a sleigh. I will say the silhouette for this one is really good. Let's do this one. Okay. Sounds good. Absolutely can do. Right off the bat, just because we're saying it, the tail being something you're sitting on is so good for silhouette. It's so distinct. If you end up getting like a full live 2D model or something like that, I beg of you, please have it be posed, please. It's so cool, and it adds so much to our understanding of the character. Like, it's character acting for free. It's good. We like to see it. The tail is very neat. It's so nice and fluffy too. It is? Oh, thank goodness. I'm so happy to hear that. The tail, being sitting on the tail is such a sleigh, and I feel like that works very well for you silhouette-wise, and then also conceptually, it makes it very abundantly clear to us. You know, we look at your face, and we may see that the ears are just hair. You have horns, but when we see the tail, that gives us another one of those hints in the direction of, a little bit less human, this fella. And yeah, I should darken the background a little bit. You are correct. Let me do that so we can see a little better. There we go. Better clarity. Immediately. Tail pose is fun. Yeah, we love the tail pose. Also, a little detail that I enjoy here also is the cutouts on the side of the pants. I feel like I remember seeing pants that you could DIY yourself like this on TikTok a while ago, but they're so neat because then having a little bit of skin showing is part of the construction of the pants, and it makes sense visually. It doesn't feel like a weird cutout that doesn't make sense, but then again, we're getting that little patch of fluffiness. So we're getting the further hints at in human nature, getting some more texture, which is nice. And then there's more interest in the pants, which I feel like can be under-detailed often in designs. The only thing I may warn you of here with this design, and you may be able to get away with it and not have it be of trouble, is that on Twitch, you can't show any amount of the pelvis, and with the way that these lines are sloped right now, you may get yourself into trouble, unfortunately. But it might be something as simple as if you just obscure it clearly enough with, or not clearly enough, just obscure it enough with maybe another fishnet situation, you might be fine. And then you can still have the fur sticking out between it, maybe. I don't think the auto content thingamabob is that good, that if you have a fishnet over it, it'll discern it super clearly. And then that doesn't feel like we did something unusual with it, so it should be okay, but just be careful. Yeah, it's the that gutters, as they call them. It's I don't think medical term, but I think the anatomical term is like the V line. Can't have that on anything that's representation of yourself, unfortunately. Or you risk the Twitch strikes. So, yeah, and we could probably lighten my lines I just put there too, but just so that it obscures it enough. Your skin having that super pink color to it as the undertone and the shading might be enough to throw it off as well. But I do know that, like, even furries who, you know, furries don't necessarily wear clothing, but furries who don't have any, like, defined anatomy showing, it's just fur, have gotten struck for not wearing clothes, essentially, which is unfortunate. Probably just lighten the lines. Yeah. Yeah. Love the little, like, hair, tail ones, maybe shorter hair. Oh, for the ears.
Oh.
Yes. For just fur? Oh, you could lighten the lines, and yes, maybe it would be less clear, but it might be one of those situations where better safe than sorry having that much of the body showing in this situation. Best not to tempt the Twitch gods, unfortunately. They are benevolent, and I have gotten bonked. Strike for just fur? Yes, it has happened. I got bonked once a long time ago for something that I didn't even think was requiring being covered. I got bonked for something. Oh, wait, hang on. Whoa, actually, there's even more. You can't have this either. Ooh, no underbust allowed. Let me obstruct that fast quick. Also, the TOS for Twitch states that the things you cannot have, that might even not be enough. They might still have a problem with that. Twitch, for the guidelines for attire, you have to have your pelvis completely covered, and as far as breasts go, you can have any amount of cleavage, that's fine. No nipple, no side boob, no under boob. Have not been busted yet. I am relieved for you. I'm relieved for you, but don't tempt fate. Don't tempt it. I don't agree with the enforcement or the way that these rules are set up inherently, and especially for you, since you have fur, it's not like we're seeing exposed skin or anything, but it is a better safe than sorry type of situation, because the video that I got bonked on, not even for me, it's not even me the one wearing it, the one I got bonked on was I got bonked like 3 weeks after I was live, so it wasn't even like the day of, it was weeks and weeks later, and it was for somebody who had just like, you know, like when they'll have, I'll draw it because that hasn't happened since, but like when people will have their like underwear doing the thing where it comes up out like this, inappropriate attire. I was like, ooh, okay, whoopsie. Those lines on shirtless male VTubers on Twitch. Yeah, even like male VTubers will get bonked for being shirtless. So like they'll wear like pasties and stuff to not do it, which honestly makes it feel more inappropriate. It's something. Seen that on a lot of VTubers. People tend to be safe because they're only seen from like, you know, chest up. So it's not on screen and therefore it's not a trouble. But careful. Careful SpongeBob, careful SpongeBob. The fishnets like that, add a little charms hanging off them or connecting them. Yeah, like there's good things we can do to like add to it to make it seem like they're just intentional. Yeah. But a very good point. Horns with that shape and coloring look kind of eggplant. Oh no! Oh, I can see what you mean a little bit there. And that would be something as simple as probably... Oh, boy, you're right. The more I zoom in, boy, you are right. Simple as just giving them a little more shape, maybe? They're not as straight. Oh, good point. But just a little more shape to them, maybe, and then they wouldn't feel that way, potentially. Eggplant. Yeah, we can't say that. We're not gonna say the word. They're a little, what's my art word? They're a little, I won't say it. They're a little, yeah. Thought those were the ears. They might, these are ears, I think. the horns. The horns could also potentially, like, you know, if we were to make them, I think the way it comes to a point at the top, which is causing that, if you were to like fully round them off, actually that's not even helping that much either. Yeah, what's behind David's fig leaf? Yes. They're a little phallic is the word I was avoiding saying, but that it's okay. I don't think Twitch will be mad for that word. Fork them. Oh yeah, we could. If I just went like this and then made them very round. Suddenly that's not even remotely that at all. Making them round is worse? No, it's not. It's not. It was better. It was a step in the right direction, but I think this is the solution. Forking them, I think, solves it completely, thankfully. Unless this is another situation of me drawing a shape and everyone's like, no! Like when I was drawing hot dogs on someone's head. Forking is worse? What do you mean forking is... You're crazy. Make them sharp? Make them look... like... I think you guys are just being dirty-minded right now because I fear that any amount of ridges or other things like that are just gonna make you guys commit to it more. Okay, start over. Starting over. Yeah, nope, don't add ridges. It's better, don't worry. That line art, they look strange. Oh, lordy. The gradient. What if we invert the gradient? What if the gradient is just inverted? What if I go like... Hang on. It was shaped like this. And they like arced out, and then I inverse the gradient. Would that solve it? Because I think one of the things that I see visually in the shape language of this design is sort of like a droopiness that is kind of nice. It feels very lax. So if I arc the horns in this manner, I can still keep them super round. And then if I invert the color, so that way they're this color on top. Whoa, oh wait, that's because I drew the gray there. But like this instead. I think the shiny might have also been unfortunately putting us in that direction with this specific way it was drawn. And then if I like go back and put the line art around it again. Whoops, hang on. Stop. Nope. Hang on. I got this. Wait. I'm a pro. Yeah, like, that feels more like a horn, right? Invert is way to go, draw star-shaped horns. Yeah, I think adding shape to them helps, and also inverting the color. I think that's the solution. I think you were just being hit by an unfortunate wombo combo. And that I also fear the way that you had shaded it was not helping, unfortunately. The shading was leaning into it by making it that shiny. But there we go. I think that's better. Didn't mean to. It's okay. Don't worry. It's okay. But like, that's sort of important. We want to make sure that we are aware of these sorts of things that might be associated with what we've drawn. And we want to make sure that we are negating any kind of associations that we are not a fan of personally. And I feel like for most of us, we probably don't want that kind of association. That also theoretically does need to be fully covered. But I think that's the way of doing it. Yeah, there's reasons we look at things as a group. I am far too innocent. I will never catch those things, but I'm glad I have shroommates who can. It is a relief that they don't get past all of you. But there we go. So, horn shape, less maybe potentially inappropriate slightly. Also, I appreciate that you sort of have this overall sort of downward arcing thing happening with all your fur sort of cascading down, your ears being long behind you. But I fear you're not getting as much out of your silhouette as you potentially could if you just made your ears posed out just a little more. Just a little, not even a ton. Because you do have two sets of ears, and upon looking closer, I do notice these ones down here as being ears, because they have the darker interior, but it takes me longer to get to that conclusion with the smaller ears, because they're just much more similar to the hair, and they're almost the same length as the hair. So if I go like this and add them to the silhouette a little bit more, they stand out a little bit more clearly. Oops, that's not the color I wanted. Hello. There we go. Like that. Works a little bit better for silhouette reasons. I appreciate that you didn't draw your hair or really any part of this with symmetry turned on. It feels very fresh and loose as a result also. Well, the necklace has with the star shape, suggesting the star-shaped horns. Oh. The necklace is very small, I will say. Classic tattoo choker, love to see it. But the star doesn't seem like it's an important part of the motif inherently. It feels like it just might be a one-off accessory type of situation, which I think would be my critique for this design, is that as far as motifs go, you are an alien of some sort, visually, maybe. Alien, creature, some kind of fusion. You have a little bit of a punk adjacent, maybe, vibe as far as your aesthetic goes. But a secondary motif is something that I feel like I'm looking for. Wish dragon. There's something that I'm lacking where I want something that is repeating as a motif, as a secondary element here, maybe. I don't think the outfit's weak by any means, and I have nothing wrong with it being sort of pared down, but if you wanted there to be sort of a second design element here, does the dragon motif not come through? Other than the tail shape itself, I don't know if I'm getting it inherently. You feel like some sort of chimera to me. So I'm not really pushed in any one direction about it. Like, I can see this is a dragon-inspired tail and dragon-inspired horns, but by the collective of having two pairs of ears, these are sort of like rabbit lop ears. These feel like cat ears that are down. I was just thinking chimera. And I can see claims, you know, for things like the fishnet looking like scales and stuff like that. But I wonder if there might be another way, if you want it to be reading as a dragon, to make it clearer. We had talked before for other designs about finding interesting ways of adding like dragon whiskers, where that might be interesting, where, you know, if you have just like, you know, the like whiskers that kind of come out like this from the hair or something. That could be an interesting way to further the dragon aspect so that it feels more important. Maybe, and then it's also in the head a little bit more. Maybe. Potentially. But is the dragon your species, or is it a visual motif, I think is the question here. I mean, no saying it can't be both on some level, but I feel like you just need another motif. And by that I mean, like, for a lot of people, it's like, okay, I don't really have a secondary motif, that's fine. I'm an artist, but it's not really visual for me being an artist. But for, you know, some of the other designs we looked at, hearts and wings are visual motifs here. We added like sky to sort of the art theming here. Here it's skulls and like stripes, or, you know, skulls and beads, or like tattered fabric. You've got fishnets. Would rather both, think of going fishing motif. Is that too out there? I don't know. I mean, if you wanted to go for a fishing motif, honestly, power to you. I think that'd be funny. And it seems like you are an artist yourself, so it does make me wonder if there could be a clever way to combine fishing rod with with pen or something, which could be interesting. But if you want to add like a fishing motif to it, I'm trying to think of things you could do. Like, you could make this stuff be like more directly, specifically netting. Let's see, where even is that? Here. And like have it tied or something. And then like we can see that it's still like cascading out here where it's like, you know, tied up or something. So then we can read that this is specifically directly net. Top of the pen could have a bobber on it. Oh my gosh, yeah, like things like that where you get just like, whoops, hang on, something interesting as a secondary motif, because then once you have something like that, it really opens a world of cleverness. That's the inverse of what a bobber looks like. Hang on. Hang on. Bobbers look like... What does a bobber look like? It's got the pink on the bottom, right? Like that? Like, a bobber could be funny. There's all, like, fishing hook. I love the fishing hooks in the ears thing that I'll see designs do, which feels like it might fit with your design kind of well because you've already got sort of that punk angle going on, and you could have fishing line trailing from different parts of you. If you want to go for the dragon whiskers, you could stick a hook on one of them if you're trying to make the dragon hook aspect clearer. But then just little things like that make it feel like there's more depth. No, there wasn't a fishing theme already, but they were asking if they wanted to add one, if that'd be too far out, and now we're figuring out ways maybe we could add them. Bobber stand of whiskers, image of a punk dragon going fishing is funny to me. Honestly, but like that's such a fun combo, right? Tie string to one of the horns. Yeah, like there's a whole world that opens up if we add fishing to this, where we can suddenly say, okay, what if this buckle, instead of being shaped like this, was shaped like a fish? Which is kind of silly, but at the same time, it might be kind of neat to just have those little like subtle moments of, oh, wait, there's something more to it than what I thought there was. Like, you know, little fish, bobbers on horns. It might be kind of funny. It depends on how corny you want to go with it. Where could be some really corny things you could do, some really silly and non-serious things you could do with the design. I tend to love non-serious designs. I think they're so funny. That's why I had so much fun with our hot dog fella. But you don't have to. Wait, now the horns look like worms. Oh my god, worm horns! Oh my gosh, are we cooking or are we creating horrors? The worms are coming out of your head. Yeah, water ripple texture somewhere. Yeah, there's all kinds of things we could do here if we wanted to add a subtle fishing secondary theme. A lot of Asian media uses tools as weapons. Old school fishing net made fancy, weapon might work. Yeah, there's all kinds of things we could cook for this with secondary motif of it. Idea of having hooks in the worm horns. Could have hooks in the worm horns. Could have holes in your head and your hair that they're coming out of. The possibilities are endless here. And you know, we could tatter up the bottom edge of this or something, or have like a water type of motif on here. There's a ton of things we could add potentially. Worm sidekick. Oh my gosh. Dent to the horns, like lightning bolts. There's all kinds of stuff. Let me think if there's anything else I would immediately think to do as far as fishing goes with this design. But honestly, just the hook, little bits of subtle fish things in it would be more specific. Earrings in the longer ears. Oh, you're so right. If we put earrings in the longer ears, that would probably make them read as ears more clearly. So like if I did the fishing hook in here. There we go. I kind of know what a fishing hook looks like. Then we might read those as being ears more quickly. You could have like regular earrings too. You're kind of punk. Add some more earrings maybe. But those are the kinds of things that might be enough to add some interest. Honestly, like you could even have like, if you really wanted to, like the fishing line sort of cascading around. If you're getting rigged, they can move sort of in space and kind of float around like fishing line tends to in the breeze. All kinds of neat things. Yeah, this design is such a slay. And here's the benefit here, which is that you didn't overdo it. This isn't almost the exact right position of not too detailed, but not generic, where there's all this room for us to make additions. It's usually so much harder to pull designs back when there's too much happening. But you kind of, you know, kept yourself, I don't want to say on a leash, but like you reined it in. You simplified, you made sure you weren't overdoing it. And therefore now there's all these opportunities still left here where we can add interesting little items like this without making the design overwhelming. Neat. Tog where a fish bites onto your tail. Oh my god, they reeled it in, one might say. Yeah. Fish bites onto your tail, or like a clam, like, what is it? Or what is it? Slowbro? One of those fellas? Who is it? Like a clam biting onto him and that makes the evolution? There's all kinds of things here. Little fish charms on the net. Yeah, there's so many things. You've got your star charm on your neck, but if you want to go for fishing, you could add other charms that are fish or things of that kind. Yeah, slowpoke. Yeah. Yes, I would encourage you to go down that route. If you were worried about it being too much, do it. Do it. Go down that route. Try it. Try those things. They're fun. Slowpoke is the clam and evolved to Slowbro. Yeah. Picture in Discord, glass fishing floats. Oh, I am aware of glass fishing floats. I designed an entire Miku for Snow Miku around Japanese glass fishing floats. I love me glass fishing floats, but that could be a really neat angle for this too. Oh my gosh, is this Angelina Ballerina also in the... No, wait, that's not what that is. What is this mouse? That looks so familiar. But yeah, glass fishing floats could be really neat if you want some more color. Where is my drawing? Yeah, yeah. Nice little pop of color. Then we're using the net for something. Oh, so many cool opportunities here. You could have it be like replacing your braid or like around the braid, or you could even treat your horns in that manner where they almost feel like it. Use dragon pearls. Yeah, like we can just like create a list here almost of glass fishing floats, dragon pearls. Yeah, there's a ton. Question 2, are the back ears too long? I would say yes. Honestly, maybe you could get away with cropping the back ears if I'm being picky. You could crop the ears here, mayhaps, so that way the tail is not overlapping with them. And then they have a stronger silhouette as a result. And then, this will be like in here, kind of like that more so. But that's kind of not a huge change. Just make them a little shorter, maybe. So that way they're not merging, and maybe one is longer than the other is. Maybe this one's sitting a little more like upright here, so you don't actually have to make them themselves shorter. But this one is sort of sitting higher on the head almost before it flops. You know what I mean? I don't really know how to render that in the way that I thought would make it make sense, but you know what I mean? Yeah. Read like hair. Yeah. When animated, they'll probably read a little bit more like ears if they're reacting to movement. Yeah, just a little bit of uneven bunny ear flop. Because this one can be lower, because it's not overlapping as much. Yeah. See, did I have anything else here? What did I not talk about? Ooh. Let's see. Color palette. Honestly, I enjoy your colors the way that they are. The only thing I think I was going to say about color is more so about focal point, where focally, for me, I tend to look at your legs. Because this swirling shape is kind of drawing me in, and this fuchsia, if I dare call it that, is very bold. But then secondarily, there's a lot of high contrast in your chest, where your face, because the contrast is much lower, your skin color is very similar to your hair, because I guess it's all the same fur. It's not drawing me in as well to the face. So for focal point's sake, I wonder if you're not attached to having your eye color be pink, make a different color. I'm thinking blue because of fish, but it doesn't have to be blue. Really, any color that is not already in this design here would work quite well. Like blue already works pretty well. If I get my tonal correction out, I can just slide this through all the hues. We can say, yeah, that works. Green works. Brighter greens still work. Gold, I don't know about. Gold and orange, I'm always kind of torn about. Purple could work. Red, even. Whatever you want, just maybe not that exact color. I think if they inverted the tail so that the swirl's behind instead of underneath, but still sitting on it? I'm not sure if I know what you mean, Vixenfield. I'm not sure I'm following. Actually losing because of the blue? Really? I might put it into like this area perhaps, and like that's too strong. It doesn't have to be that saturated maybe. But I feel that the eyes are more distinct in a different color maybe. Oh, you leaving for the evening? Oh, bye, tiny cat bug. Thank you for hanging out. Hasracine, also thank you for following. So I'm a little late for the noticing there, but thank you. Join us. Are we abducting Picto Shaman into the Discord? Thinking like an aqua. Could do aqua. Like this color. That's gonna be really bright. We're gonna be giving them giving you the blue-eyed stare, but but aqua would also be quite focal. We try bronze or a dark gold color. We could try a dark gold color. You mean something kind of like this? Hang on, I gotta make it fully dark. So then if the eyes are just a big dark spot on the face, they could be more focal for that perhaps. But I fear that the only times that I think having super, super dark eyes work as well for contrast is when there's not somewhere else that is that dark. And the clothing already has that value and in higher density. So I might leave it aqua for now, but there may be other colors that are worth trying. Yeah, bright jade would be nice. Aqua would be nice. A brighter yellow could be good. There's many options for the eye color. So whatever vibe you're feeling for the eyes, I think it'd be worthwhile to change their color just for the sake of focal point. Just for that. But the color itself is okay. For silhouette, your tail is really fantastic, but it's doing a lot of the work. Your ears could be doing more for the silhouette, so I'm taking some points off for that. It's just the posing, I think, and the overlap happening. For complexity versus clarity, I think we were left with the feeling that we did want a little bit more for it, but you're not overwhelming. And I was commending you on the fact that it didn't feel like it was inherently lacking, but there was still plenty of space for us to add stuff as we're looking at that sort of fish angle. So I give you full points for that. For focal point, your eyes do get kind of lost for me, unfortunately, just because of the contrast with your hair and skin, making your head less focal in general. And then, you know, the eyes don't really have anything else to make them stand out. There's already things that are that dark and are larger areas that are that dark. And the pink is already apparent in other areas, so another color might be the way to do it. Or maybe more detail could also be a way of doing it. If the eyes are more rendered than anything else, that will also draw us in to look at the eyes. For concept and motifs, we were kind of saying that we want you to push concept more and add secondary concept. The dragon angle, I'm not sure is as clear as you would like, and I think that we are sort of feeling that need for the secondary angle to the concept, the fishing angle. Go fishing! Go fishing! Please, please go fishing! Yay! But I can see what you're going for as far as species. I'm picking what you're putting down. I'm getting a chimera aspect. I can see that you're an artist based on it as well. Also, final note, be careful with Twitch. With the TOS and the clothing. But anyways, what do we have here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 out of 10? Yippee! Go Perfecto Shaman! True mates, can I get a round of applause, please? Can we get a round of applause? I realized that I might be disturbing my neighbors by clapping. That's one of those sounds that kind of like echoes. Yeah, 7 out of 10 is very good. Go work. You are passing. Yippee! Definitely had a rough average here today of somewhere in like the 7.5 range. I think similar things were happening across the board as far as concept went, but a lot more variety than I feel like we end up sometimes with the things that are critiqued that are taking the points away. So it's always interesting to see. Every design is truly unique in the things that it does well and the things that it needs work on. But yeah, yippee! Good luck. You got this. I'm excited to see if you further permutate from this, how this design evolves. I'm intrigued. But yay! I got double bingo also, by you being a dragon. So I have, wait, I have triple bingo. Oh my gosh, wait, this is the most bingo I think I've ever gotten. I will like not get bingo for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Look at this. Whap, weep, whap. Wait, hang on. I have 4 bingos. Jeez, wow. We're really winners here today. I'm winning. I've never won like this before on bingo. I rarely ever get 1, let alone 4. That's pretty good. Today's my lucky day. I should probably do something about that, huh? Yeah, 4 bingo. Did anyone else get bingo? Or was it just me, or was I hogging all the bingos to myself? You can't have any bingo. I'm taking it a little bit for myself. Ha ha ha. I don't know if EG has done mine, been gone for a while. Sirio, I don't think I have done yours yet. But I don't remember. I will say the trouble I do end up with is that we've done so many that my memory is not fantastic all the time. But I don't think we did get to you yet. Not yet. What is Bullet Head? Bullet Head is if... Well, actually, let me open some Zero Chans. I can show you what Bullet Head is immediately. Where's my Zero Chans? Where did I save them? It's a great question. Are they here? Are they in stream prep? Yes, they are. Let me pick a nice bullet head from our zero chans for an example. Bullet head is when your hair connects directly into your shoulders without any clarification in the silhouette that you have a head or a neck or hair or any flyaways. Let's see, this would be a really good one. Yeah, Almi's is good. Bullet head. This is like full bullet body, but do you see how it just goes perfectly smooth and rounded up over the top, just like a bullet does? That's the one. Zero chance the rescue. Yes, I'm glad I have them now so I can use them as examples of things. I'm glad I have them for that purpose. And for many other purposes, because they're also very neat to look at, but they work quite well. Yeah, this is just a full torpedo body. But if you are looking like something that can be fired out of a weapon in silhouette, no, you don't want to be aerodynamic in your silhouette. Let me tell you that. Can we do gimmick boxes like chair, double boxes, dog bone? What? Gimmick boxes? I'm not familiar with that. I am not familiar with those ones. Do you mean like when you say like ladder, is that if you get like, is ladder getting this to win? Or like, I'm gonna guess dog bone is like this maybe? No, is dog bone gonna be like that perhaps? Make bingo not boxes? I don't know what you mean, I'm unfamiliar. When do we redesign the zero chans? Potentially after Clown Miku. Where'd you get boxes? It says double boxes. What do you mean? You make bingo, like chair, double boxes, dog bone, huh? Sure. How to show you my bingo sheet, or is that not necessary? You don't have to, I was just wondering if people got bingo. Can I show you the other design? If you would like, you can post it in the Discord server, but it is 15 minutes past my usual end time. And I must go hang out with my Joby. We have to go grocery shopping. The horror, the terror. I hate going grocery shopping. It's a, we have no food in the house, this is not fun. And then I immediately have to, go into a store that's loud and bright and is going to suck about $300 out of my wallet. I wanna go. But we have to, we kind of have to. It is better doing it together, at least. It is much more fun to not do alone. And here, so prediction, how many was this we got through? What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Oh, a lot of you guessed 7. 6 is average. Let's see, how many people voted for 6? It seemed like not a lot. It seems like most of the money was on 7. Oh, Selma and 6 others. Okay, so there were a couple who voted for 6. They just didn't put a ton of money in. So people put a lot in 7. Selma, you guess average every time, I think. I think that's why. YouTube, by a narrow margin, accurately guessed that it would be 6. Put down 500, got back 6.7k. As we say, shroomy redistribution of wealth. Good luck, enjoy your spores. Now you can torture me even more, I guess. Hard stuck cardboard, thank you for following. But now, if you need your spores back, if you follow me into the raid, then you get some spores for that at least. At the very least. But, I do need to go. I do need to go eat. You keep bonking all you like, thank you, I appreciate it. I need to eat my dinner, and I need to go grocery shopping. But thank you for hanging out with me today, and thank you for all the good thoughts as we were as we were modifying these designs. Very kind as always, Shroomies. YouTube, I can't send you anywhere, but Shroomy later. Thank you guys for hanging out. VOD watchers, also thank you. And I will see you Wednesday. I will see you in Ville's mansion. I'm breaking in. I'm breaking and entering. I'm allowed. Ville has allowed me in. I'll see you Wednesday. One day earlier. Crazy. Bye, YouTube.